morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Wyoming parents are calling for schools to dump LifeTouch photos after its parent company has an alleged link to notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports one parent in Teton County says the company shouldn't be anywhere near his kid's school.
One of them brought it before the school board. They say that, get rid of this company. Let's use local photographers and put the local photographers through a full-scale background check before we even let them into the school. It's become big enough deal that LifeTouch took the time to email at least one of our superintendents that I know of. They took the time to send a message directly to him saying, please don't get caught up in this controversy.
In a statement emailed to Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming Superintendent of Publication Megan Degenfelder says state school districts should, quote, demand full transparency, unquote, when it comes to children's school photos. There was no dealing with the so-called Checkgate controversy at Saturday's state GOP Central Committee meeting. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that instead, party leaders blamed the media for its coverage and redirected attention to Governor Mark Gordon's campaign spending.
One surprise came from Vice Chairman Ferguson. He wanted to talk about all the spending that Governor Gordon had directed. He brought up Gordon's essentially war chest that he had raised and distributed to lawmakers and suggested, look how big this number is. It's something like $360,000. Why isn't the media looking into that? I spoke directly to the governor's office on Saturday, and they said, this is old news. They're trying to redirect attention. There's really nothing here.
Despite the poor optics, Vice Chair Bob Ferguson maintained the donations were legal and that the real story was the governor's far larger financial fingerprints on Wyoming's elections. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It's been 4 years since Kenyan nursing student Irene Gakwa vanished from Gillette in February of 2022, and her family fears she's dead. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that her ex-boyfriend, now out of prison for stealing her bank card, hasn't been charged but remains a person of interest, so say police.
Nathan is currently still on parole. He has not been cleared as a person of interest because Irene's missing person case is still ongoing. So police are still investigating what happened to Irene. Until they find the answers, Nathan remains a person of interest in that investigation.
In the years since her disappearance, authorities say there have been no confirmed sightings of Irene, nor has she reached out to family or friends or left any digital footprint online. Teton County has once again been named the richest county in the nation with a per capita income of almost $533,000. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that not only is that 6 times greater than the national average of $73,000, but beats the second highest county by more than $250,000.
Obviously, not everybody makes anywhere close to this $532,000 figure for per capita income, but it does show how much wealth has moved into that portion of Wyoming, and it kind of helps explain, some of the problems that they face there with home values just ratcheting up to the point that regular workforce has trouble finding housing. And one time, Teton County was not the wealthiest in Wyoming. It was was a needy county, so needy that they qualified for a federally subsidized loan to try to help them with economic development.
In fact, 60 years ago, Teton County was poor enough to qualify for a federally subsidized loan meant for the nation's neediest communities. That loan started a little place called Jackson Hole Ski Area that's better known today as the world-famous Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Labre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Labre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Labre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Labre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Labre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlabre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. And it's a Monday. We're into March already. March 2. Yeah. How did that happen? It's got to be blamed on the really short February, right? There's nothing to February. Here's stories we're going to be looking at today. We're going to cover a lot of ground because a lot happened over the weekend. I do want to talk about Wyoming parents pushing for schools to divest themselves of Life Touch photos because of a 6 degrees of separation with Epstein. Epstein also came up in the legislature. As in, why isn't the media worried about Jeffrey Epstein files instead of Checkgate? Is there no boundary? Is there nowhere that Epstein files does not touch? It's unbelievable. And the media, I guess, is partly to blame for sensationalizing the whole thing, and Checkgate and Epstein. Did you set your clock ahead 1 hour? I hope so. No, that's next week. I just wanted to give you a scare. Get ready. We're going to do that next Monday. Teton County is the nation's richest. Duh. Yeah, we got a lot of stories, including, the world is kind of at war. President Trump dropping bombs on Iran. The U.S. strikes Iran. That was the news over the weekend, and you probably saw the video, all the reels of war. And I got my first look at these drone swarms. This has probably been going on to some degree with the whole Russia-Ukraine conflict, but we don't see the pictures like we do over the weekend with the U.S. striking Iran with the drone thing. Iran's got drones of their own. Crazy, like drones flying in a pack of drones coming. Oh, it's weird. Yeah, we'll talk about global conflict. It's not just U.S., Iran. United Arab Emirates is dragged into it. Dubai was bombed. That's a surprise. Saudi Arabia is in it. Israel is in it by de facto. Israel's Iran's number one enemy, ahead of the U.S. Anyway, let's start things with a weather forecast. The day weather forecast for today, chance of rain in Casper. Maybe sunshine in the afternoon, 62 the high. 60 in Riverton with a chance of rain and then turning sunny. Rain or snow likely in Evanston, highs 52. Green River, fog in the morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon, highs upper 50s. Pinedale, you'll get fog in the morning as well. Rain, snow likely with highs 44. Alpine, fog for most of the day and a kind of a dreary London day. Rain near certain with a high 44 in Alpine. DuBois, rain, snow mix likely, highs in the upper 40s. Jackson, patchy fog in the morning. Heavy fog last night, I'll say that. 1 in the morning, heavy fog driving home for me. Rain and snow today in Jackson. 44 the high. Thermopolis, chance of rain after 4. High 60. Cody, 57 with a chance of rain showing up in the afternoon. Buffalo, clouds on the increase, highs 57. You'll top out at 60. In Sheridan, mostly cloudy skies. Partly sunny in Gillette with highs in the upper 50s. Newcastle also 58. Torrington, chance of rain before 11. Partly sunny afternoon, 66. The high today, upper 50s in Lusk. Cheyenne, chance of rain. And then perhaps a sunny afternoon, 63. Chance of rain early. Laramie also with a sunny afternoon, highs 58. Roland, you might see a chance of rain front loaded in the day. Partly sunny in the afternoon, breezy, highs 58. Kind of a spring-like day. It is the meteorological spring. Whatever that is. Not technically spring, but March 1st marks like the weatherman's spring. And it's here. It's here. In fact, we may have leapfrogged spring and gone straight to summer. When Don Day comes on, I'm going to ask Don about record high heat. Especially in the southeast. Spring is coming. March 1st is the start of meteorological spring. I try to avoid having to say that word because it's a mouthful. But for the forecast, looks more like summer for millions across the country. Astronomical spring begins March 20th. But look at some of the highs that we'll see today. Record-setting highs from Phoenix to Jackson, Mississippi, Grand Junction, Colorado, into the southeast and the deep south. We'll see records today fall across the nation. Expected 91 in Phoenix. This will be the third day in the row. Temperatures have topped 90 in Phoenix in March. Tail end of February, March. Mid upper 80s in most of Texas. Florida. Let's see. Looking for records to fall in Tampa. The expected high is going to be 87. Oh, man. Atlanta, 81. Memphis, 82. Richmond, Virginia. You'll be in the upper 70s, hitting 80 by the end of the week. Are these temps high for March 1st? I guess it's March 2nd. Yeah, real high. These are summer temps. These are early summer. You would see these in May, and it's March. Freaky things going on with the weather and the day weather forecast. So warm, the elk have left Jackson. They're gone. Well, they left the refuge. You can't find many. I haven't driven by lately, but I've seen the reports. I've seen the photos and videos. And I don't know that they even fed. I'm thinking they didn't. I didn't get any reports from the National Elk Refuge about their supplemental winter feeding program. I don't think they pitched pellet 1 to those elk, but I guess we could find out. We do have a story. Maybe in the story they say, but Mark Hines writes the story. Mobs of elk leave National Elk Refuge with a false sense of early spring. I don't know about that. I think the elk know exactly what they're doing. Early spring. How about just lack of winter? One photographer said the snowpack's so low, there's little reason to be in the refuge. True. The forage on the elk refuge floor is no better than back in the mountains where the elk come out of for the winter. I mean, they can go wherever they want right now. There just isn't snow. That's going to probably mean some weird things for the Boy Scouts when they go to collect elk antlers. You may know the Boy Scouts of America, the local troop, gets to go in first. They're actually the only authorized folks that get to go into the elk refuge in spring and retrieve discarded antlers. It is the shed hunt. It's the Mac Daddy shed hunt of all time. And then those antlers are sold at auction during the Elk Antler Fest, Elk Fest in Jackson. And those antlers fetch big money, big money, help support the refuge and the Boy Scouts. Well, will there be a whole lot of antlers if the elk aren't there? Maybe not. I'm thinking it'll be a low take this year because the elk just not many came. I didn't get a number. I don't know if Mark Hines has a number either. Usually we get pretty good updates from the elk refuge. This year I haven't gotten any, and I think it's because they just simply did not do their feeding program. You had the regular elk refuge tours that took place, and I don't know if they ever put skis on the sled. There's something to check out. Or did they leave the wheels on? They have wagons. If you ever been on one of the elk refuge sightseeing tours, great outfit does that, by the way. A great company. They've been doing it for a long time. The concessionaires who take you through the elk refuge in the wagons pulled by a team, and you can get very close to the elk. They're not scared of the sleds at all. They're used to them. They get fed off the sleds. And every year, the beginning and the end of the season, they'll put wheels on the sleighs as the snow isn't there yet or snow melts out. This year, I wonder if they ever put the skis on at all. They may have gone wheels all year. It just has not been snow. No big bulls on the refuge. You saw some cows down, and I don't think they numbered very many. If there were 1,000 or two, I'd be surprised. No big bulls. No people saw big bulls. Big bulls, it takes a lot to get them out of the high country. And this year, the weather just wasn't enough to bring down the big bulls, which is good news because there's the fear of spreading brucellosis when you feed elk and you get them to come in and share the same space. They get close to each other. They can spread disease easily. And the whole supplemental feeding program has come under scrutiny. There's a plan right now to redraft the supplemental feed program, if not eliminate it. There's many who want to see it just go away. There will be winters in Jackson Hole because of development, because of housing and the amount of people that are here now. There'll be winters, severe winters, that are going to require pitch and hay to elk, or they will die by the thousands. But this hasn't been one of those winters, and you have to balance that with the fear of spreading disease If you're looking to curtail the winter supplemental feeding, this was a winter to do it. I don't think they fed at all on any of the state refuge feed grounds. There's probably a dozen or more elk feed grounds in the Jackson Hole area down to Star Valley. And I'm thinking none of them probably fed this winter, if you can call this a winter. Just has not arrived. So it's good news for wildlife, certainly, but boy, are we going to pay the price come August, let's say, when the rivers and creeks run dry. Hopefully we catch up with a March and maybe April that's real soggy. We'll see. We'll talk to Don Day and see what his thoughts are and whether we can build that snowpack. Last couple weeks have been better trying to build it up. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Mac Watson joins us this hour in a moment.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. We're into March here. I see some news agencies sharing a tale of the tape as if USA versus Iran was some kind of Winter Olympics 2.0. Tale of the tape. How many jet fighters does each side have? How many drones? How many tanks? All right. I like this. This AI fake photo. Air Force One. It's a photo of Air Force One now. And I'll share it with you. shows a I can't get the whole photo in there. Never mind. It shows Air Force One taking off with a tailgate, the big brass balls that hang on the back of some jacked up lift kit trucks. Got a big pair of brass balls on the Air Force One. President Trump, remember some of his tweets. His campaign promises when he ran were, I'm going to keep us out of global conflict. And he even warned during Obama's term. He said Obama's ratings were tanking so bad at one point. He said, watch out. Obama's going to start a war in Iran just to boost his ratings. He said that back in 2011. President Trump predicted that the then President Barack Obama would start a war with Iran, quote, in order to get elected, because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. Presidents have tried before to get Iran to come into compliance when it comes to their enrichment of uranium and their nuclear aspirations. And President Trump had been trying to do things the diplomatic way, and that fell apart just before last weekend. Late last week, that fell apart. Iranian side said, we're going to continue to enrich uranium. It's our inalienable right to develop a nuclear program. And the U.S. response was, well, then it's our inalienable right to deny you that. And the bomb started flying first thing Saturday morning, or we heard of that Saturday morning. That might have been Friday night. Well, I guess it would have been, they're ahead of time. It probably was Saturday. And yeah, U.S., Iran, and I was surprised to see we did get into a conflict. I thought, well, I guess I knew it would come to a head at some point, but yeah, bombs started flying. And I was surprised at Iran's response to launch rockets at Qatar, to launch rockets at United Arab Emirates, to bomb Dubai. Dubai's kind of like the Disneyland of the Arab world. It's still got some old school religious, you still don't want to go over to Dubai as a U.S. citizen, let's say, and be rocking some of the clothing that we would here in the U.S. You still don't want to go over there in your short skirt, thong underwear sticking out. You still have to be somewhat modest and respectable, but Dubai really lets its hair down. Dubai is pretty modern Arab nation city. And to see that get bombed, what is the point there? I don't know that the U.S. has a military presence there. I could see Bahrain, that was bombed. The U.S. has a military base there. Other places in the Middle East received some Iranian drones, which if you heard some Iranian high-ranking cleric or leader, whoever's left, we killed two of them. The top dog, Ali Khamenei, he's out of commission. He and his henchmen were reportedly killed in the first 30 seconds of the Mammoth Blitz, confirmed by Israeli news. Israelis N12 News reporting that Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead. And then there's another henchman who was apparently in the wrong building when the bombs fell. former Iranian president, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, yeah, whatever. He and his bodyguard were killed in the airstrike as well. He was Iran's sixth president between 2005 and 13, and he was very extreme and very anti-Semitic, and made open aspirations to destroy Israel when he was Iranian president. So he's gone, bombed out by the U.S., and supposedly a Saudi prince at the last minute asked the U.S. to go ahead and start launching. Supposedly Israel was cooking up the whole thing with the U.S. and the bombs flying. But the retaliation has reached Israel, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and one of the Iranian spokesmen said, and we just launched our crappiest weapons. Did you hear that? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he said that was at the bottom of our stockpile. What you saw Iran counter with is only the beginning, he warned. He said that was just stuff we had laying around. This was weapons, like old weapons, old drones, old bombs at the bottom of the pile. That was just a little bit of retaliation, and Iran is warning that the worst is yet to come. They haven't begun to fight. Oh, boy. Qatar admitted they shot down 3 USAF F-15 Eagles by accident, friendly fire incident. There have been deaths. There have been fatalities and injuries on the U.S. side. And some of them, I'm not sure if one of these pilots was lost or not, but Qatar did accidentally friendly fire shoot down 3 United States Air Force F-15s. Bound to happen, I suppose. I don't know what the cooperation is over there. I mean, when the rockets are flying and the drones are buzzing, how do you know who's who? When you're talking about a multi-nation conflict, is that Israel's? Is that Qatar's? Is that the U.S.? Is that Iran? It's got to be pretty confusing. Mac Watson will be here shortly. You know who else is coming on today in the show? We'll have Debbie Powell, who is, you probably read about her in the Cowboy State Daily, recently a recipient of that WYO Tourism Award. What's that thing called? Big WYO Tourism, the 2026 winner. It was going to be hard to follow up Diane Schober. She won it last year. And Diane, of course, is fading off into the sunset, retiring as chief of all tourism. And couldn't have been a better person to bestow that honor on. But this year, followed it up pretty well. Everybody is happy with the choice of Debbie Powell, Casper resident for 3 decades, originally a Hawaii native. And that's mentioned just because Hawaii as a state is thought of as a real tourist destination. Like Hawaii is the heart of hospitality, right? At least that's what Debbie thought until she relocated to Wyoming in the early 90s with her husband. And she didn't know boo about Wyoming, but she learned fast, and everything she learned, she liked. And she's now regional director of sales for Safari Hospitality. They own over 12 hotels in Wyoming, and she has dedicated her life to tourism. And she's the big WYO Tourism Award winner. We'll have her on the show. Alan Hatch, the teamster, tried to bring a couple mules through the McDonald's drive-thru. He's going to be on because that is really Wyoming. And a late development in that story, by the way. Our journalists, Cowboy State journalists, have reached out to McDonald's to try to learn just what kind of rule was broken when Alan Hatch says he'd been 86th from the drive-thru. He was told by the manager at that McDonald's, "You're not welcome back." She said it was unsanitary. Mules can't be in a drive-thru. Well, where does it say that? Wonders Alan Hatch. And I think corporate and Cowboy State Daily did reach out to McDonald's corporate to get some kind of understanding of whether there is a written rule, there's some kind of policy. And I think now we do have a word from McDee's. The Golden Arches have chimed into the story. So Alan Hatch will be on. He'll tell us just what went through his mind. What were you thinking, Alan, when you brought your team of mules through the drive-thru to grab a snack? I mean, I know what he was thinking. He's thinking, I'm hungry. I'm out here doing my mule thing, pulling a wagon. Just, he did this in Powell, Wyoming, which, if you've been to Powell, horse-drawn conveyance is not out of the ordinary. I'm not saying they outnumber Chevy pickups, but to see horses pulling something or a horse traveling Powell, it's not a big deal. It's like every week occurrence. Through the drive-thru might be a little different. That was a first for McDee's. The employees liked it. I think they even asked, does your mules want some fries with that? But the manager, you know how managers are. The manager always has to be a Karen. Worried about what happens if the mules leave some droppings. Oh, man, you have to go there. You have to think the worst. Come on, enjoy the novelty of Alan Hatch and his mules through the drive-thru. We'll have Alan on and we'll try to understand what McDonald's had to say about it. I saw this story made international news. UK Mail picked it up over there in England. It's been making the rounds, this story. Anytime a cowboy, although they called him a farmer in England, the UK news, they said, Wyoming farmer tries to bring his mule team through a drive-thru. Teamster Alan Hatch will be with us. Sheriff Brian Kozak will be here. He'll talk about Operation Truck Around and Find Out. Too many truckers been trying to avoid the ports of entry, and Sheriff Kozak and his crew not going to have it. 3-day operation in cooperation with ICE made many arrests, and 32 illegal immigrant truck drivers are now heading back to their state of origin, or their country of origin. Laramie County Sheriff's Office, Brian Kozak. Truck Around and Find Out. He'll be on to talk about that operation. Let's take a break. Get Mac Watson in here.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
And we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get Mac Watson in here and
good morning.
Shoot the breeze. What are you doing, Mac?
Getting up, joining you.
Yeah.
Monday, back to work. Everybody is getting ready for a great, fabulous day. It's always a great day in the state of Wyoming, that's for sure. Wow, a lot of stuff happened over the weekend, I'll tell you that. I don't know where this Iran thing is going, but I'll just say it. It's been a long time coming. Let me tell you something. It's not popular. I know this president's not popular. His poll numbers are down. I understand that. But again, you cannot say this guy isn't going to try to do anything. We've seen past presidents before not handle Iran or try to coddle Iran. To what extent? To what end? Well, it's almost like if we just ignore the big elephant in the room, maybe let's kick the can down the road. Let's just see if another president can deal with it. This has been going on since 1979. This has been going on for decades. And it's kind of like, we've asked you nicely, we've asked you so many times to stop having this, stop doing that. Why are you state sponsoring terrorism? Why are you trying to build a nuke? We've tried. And the thing that I got out over the weekend is you took out the big two, the first hit. Wow.
Yeah.
I know we don't want to get dragged into another war. I know we don't know what the end result is going to be, but wow, that was quick compared to what we did in Iraq and compared to Osama bin Laden. We just took out two guys that have been a thorn in our side for, like I said, decades. So I know that's not a popular opinion, but and I'm conflicted too. I'm very conflicted as well. People are going to say, well, of course this president's going to do something because he doesn't want anybody to talk about the Epstein files. We talked about that during the Clinton administration. Remember that argument? That argument was, oh, he bombed an aspirin factory to get us to stop talking about Monica Lewinsky. People are going to try to make these connections all the time. I don't know where this is headed, but I got to tell you, something around and find out kind of thing. You can only push this president so far, and you may not like the result, but he did something. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think any president of the United States, past or present, would ever send U.S. military men and women in danger, in conflict for a poll boost. a ratings boost. I think that anytime the writing was on the wall, like you said, Mac, it was their refusal to stop enriching uranium. They said so. They're like, no, we're not going to stop. Building a nuke, because as soon as they finish nuke 1, it's headed to Israel. We know that. This is Iran has said they're going to wipe them off the map. Any country that's been saber rattling like they have is not stable enough to own nukes. And then they're oppressing their own people right now. And everything is coming together. All I can say, whether we should be in that conflict or not, or how we do it, because there are historic red flags, the screw up of Iraq. Anytime you try to go in there, change a regime and prop up the one you think is good, that's been a mess. But I got to say, in Trump's administration, a year in now, intelligence has been pretty impressive. We went in and scooped out the Venezuela president in his pajamas in an operation that took 15 minutes.
Right.
Like, whoa, we went into Venezuela, took their leader, and then took their oil in like 10 minutes. Like, what the? Then our intelligence helped find El Mencho, and we've been looking for, Mexico's been looking for this guy for decades as cartel leader.
Yeah.
And CIA helped with intelligence to say he's here, and Mexico blew him up. So it's been impressive what the U.S. intelligence has been able to find. And then, capped off with Ali Khamenei. He's here. Boom. In the first 30 seconds of the operation, he got blowed up.
Yeah, the CIA helped pinpoint that as well.
Yeah,
so I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I also understand the other side of the argument of the dog that constantly tries to catch the car. What's your plan after you catch the car, my canine friend?
Yeah.
What's the plan after the fact? And you're right, there are numerous red flags, because I don't want to sound anti anything, but what was the last success story we had? Japan.
Yeah.
Way back when with regime, I don't want to say regime change, but we go into a country, we do what we need to do, and then we tell the citizens, hey, this is what's on the table. Here's the bright part though, or the shining part is I used to date a woman that had an Iranian friend, and she was from Iran. She basically escaped when the Shah fell back in '79, and I met her in college. She says, we've always liked the United States. It's the government that hates the United States, not the people.
Yeah.
The people love the United States. So let's hope, keep our fingers crossed. This isn't Iraq. These people are very Western. They're very progressive with a small p. They're very into what the United States has to offer. Let's hope they embrace it. Now, are there going to be issues along the way? Yeah, but not like in Afghanistan, not like Pakistan, not like Iraq. I don't think. But again, cross your fingers that things go well and they embrace what we have to offer.
Yeah, anytime conflict in the Middle East happens, it's for a variety of very complex reasons. And if it's going on since the beginning of time, Pakistan's now attacking Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan and Iran have been at war almost since we wrote words down. Like, they're just located in a place where war is likely to happen. And it's just been turmoil in that Middle East, and it always will be. Operation Epic Fury over the weekend, a surprise. I was looking at some of those Buster bombs and the drone swarms, and our people trying to shoot them down. And to see tech now applied to rockets and how we make war is just fascinating. I
don't know whether you know this, but we have and this goes back, I think, to the 50s. This goes back to the Eisenhower administration. If you are a civilized country and you want a nuke, we go in. And when I say we, it's America plus some other countries. other first world countries. We go in and we go, here's what it looks like after a year. Here's what it looks like after 5 years. Here's what it looks like when you actually have nuclear capabilities. Can you handle this? And many countries, that's why we're so anti North Korea having a nuke, Iran having a nuke. What you don't want are these, I don't know how to say it, not smaller countries. I don't mean to diminish any country, but a country that is not as stable as, I hate to say it, Russia or the United States should not be having one of these devices. And we have told them for decades, do not build. Because if you do, you don't understand. It's like trying to tell a toddler, the all the implications of your decisions kind of thing. You just don't get it. You don't understand the responsibility of having a nuke. And if you try to get one, we're going to stop you. And if you keep doing it, we're going to take you out.
Yeah.
And finally, this president was the one who took out Khomeini and the other president. I always called him Aquavelvajad. What was
Ahmadinejad? He has an extra vowel in there.
Who was really against, not just a little bit against Israel. He wanted Israel off the face of the earth. We took him out as well.
Yeah. North Korea and Iran are just not adult enough to have nuclear weapons because they've been taught their rhetoric just. But I wonder, what implications does this have globally? We know Russia's probably been selling uranium to Iran. There's ties there. Russia probably did not like us grabbing all that Venezuelan oil. And then China's been sitting awful quiet. They can't like any of
really
this.
Quiet.
Yeah, it's weird. I think, alternative one we saw that was Operation Epic Fury. Alternative two we hear from President Trump. This just came out. He was considering sending Shia LaBeouf over to Iran without his shirt on. LaBeouf was arrested again in New Orleans for fighting in the street. What is wrong with this kid?
It's one of those things where I think we've all been there, especially us guys, right? He's still feeling his oats. He really is. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that he's the most mature human being on the face of the planet right now. I'm not saying that he may not have some issues that needs some kind of 12-step program, but he is still trying to figure it out. There's got to come a point, I don't know about you, but it came to me in Austin, Texas. I was about 32, and there were a couple of incidents where I just kind of woke up and went, yeah, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep living this way.
Something has to change.
There you go. And I think that's what's going on because, when you keep getting arrested and your shirt is off, well, that's an episode of Cops. That is an episode of Cops right there. The old show on Fox that was on the map in the 80s and 90s.
I don't know if Shia LaBeouf is secretly working on a movie that involves like Fight Club 2 or something. Right. But there's every time you see the dude, he's ripping his shirt off saying, "Who wants a piece of this?" Shia LaBeouf is just unleashed on New Orleans. I think we just got to bottle that dude, ship him over there to Iran, let him go to Tehran for a little while.
Yeah, shake him up a little bit, let him go. Gosh, jeez. And the thing you don't want to do too is you don't want to be that guy where you rip your shirt off. You want a piece of this, you want a piece of this, and some guy that's built like us, like me or you, just one pop to the head and you're done.
Doink.
Yeah. You're done. You don't want to get that reputation or be that guy.
Get back in the box. Yeah.
Yeah, right. We don't need this. Enough noise, kind of thing. But yeah, I feel bad for him because he really does, I think, need some help. There's no reason why you have to be acting like a 15-year-old. You're a grown ass man. You're in your 30s now. I'm glad you had the success that you did, but something's coming out sideways that you need some help with,
Mm-hmm. Let's see. You want to look at some Cowboy State Daily stuff? I had one other thing. I don't know if this is news. Maybe. It's the first largest newspaper that has begun using AI and has admitted it. The Plain, the Plain Dealer, Cleveland's largest newspaper, has begun featuring a new byline on some stories. You'll see the byline: Advanced Local Express Desk. That's
now,
AI.
Do you remember the Cody Enterprise got caught up in this?
Yes, I do.
But they didn't admit it.
Yeah.
See, there's the difference.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Plain Dealer is saying we're embracing the future. The Cody Enterprise a couple years ago had a reporter that was doing this and didn't tell anybody. And the paper in the next town caught them. Confronted them. And suddenly Cody, Wyoming is on the map as far as, media, journalism, blah, 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 of is this the future? Well, yes and no. I mean, is it right? I don't know. I don't know that much about it. I know that my daughter knows much more about AI and about ChatGPT than I do. What I like is the Cleveland Plain Dealer saying, we're using this, we're having people look at it. This isn't the final, resolution. It's not like we're just going to let this thing go on its own. We're still monitoring it. But, progress has no patience, as a Rush lyric was, from way back in 1987. Progress has no patience. If they're going to find a better way to, do something, they're going to do it. What I like, though, is that they just came out and said, hey, look, we're using this.
Yeah.
We have no idea where this is going, but we're going to use it. Where the guy from the Cody Enterprise was pumping out like 4 stories a day, but just using ChatGPT, and nobody knew about it.
And he's not the only one. You got to think there's many, many, many lazy journalists that are using AI to just do their work faster. I mean, it's stuff that you would have to do on the internet, comb the internet, research the internet, pull the story together. AI can do that so much faster. But if you don't double check it, we've seen AI get things terribly wrong. Like just screw up.
And that's how this other guy got caught.
Yes.
Was he didn't edit it or didn't look at it. And somebody from the Powell Tribune said that's not right. And just unwound what they were doing at the Cody Enterprise. And hey, look, Henry Ford got crap because, how dare you mass produce a car on an assembly line? Oh, how dare General Motors use robots to spot weld things on their vehicles? I mean, again, it all depends on how you use it. People are just afraid of where's the human element, the human component. That's why I give the Cleveland Plain Dealer, like with one eye, just with one eye open, like I give them props for coming out and saying, hey, we're using this, but it's not the be all end all. And we're not manufacturing news. We're using it as a tool. Now, what does it mean for the future of journalism? Man, I have no idea. I really don't. When you have that powerful of technology, how do you use it and when you use it? Well, that's for bigger people than me to decide,
And journalism should just be a mirror to society. It should just show us. There shouldn't be any personal opinion or bias. So I'm okay with a computer giving us news and computer robots spot welding sheet metal. But AI creating pieces of art, I draw the line there. If it's a song or a story or a painting, I want to see humans do that, man. And I get freaked out knowing a computer did it.
Well, I was living in Phoenix when Waymo came into town and started those self-driving cars.
Yeah.
And guess what? Ran over a homeless person. Again, I don't mind the technology, but don't just say, well, it'll just take care of itself. Oh, no. No, I'm not into that at all.
Yeah. And people you could hack into Waymo and create a traffic jam. Somebody already did that. And then that one movie about what happens when some bad programming gets into Waymo and all the cars pile up. Yeah. All right, Mac. You want to talk again later? What are you doing today?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll talk to you after the 9 o'clock hour. I got to get my kids off to school, and then I'll be back after 9.
Tell your daughter I said, hey, I'm her biggest fan.
I will. Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. It's Mac Watson. And we are going to step out for news. We'll see you on the other side of that with Alan Hatch. He's waiting for you next hour.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Beside pheasant, duck, and goose, crow hunting is a thing in Wyoming, too. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that no license is required and there's no bag limit, so in other words, hunters can just blast away.
There is a season. It runs from November through February, but there's no license required and no bag limit. They're basically considered a nuisance bird in Wyoming and in many other states. One of our staff members knew somebody, and so I called him. The guy, oh yeah, I love crow hunting. He sets out decoys and sits in a blind with a call and calls in crows.
Dan Kinnaman of Riverton has been hunting crows since he was 14. He tells Cowboy State Daily that crows are harder to hunt than ducks and geese because they're smarter. Wyoming's plumber shortage is about to get worse, already creating delays for homeowners and businesses. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that a huge wave of data centers are sweeping into the state and changing the way we think about what plumbers do.
They've really been fighting against this idea that it's a dark, dirty, dangerous job. So you're not going to see them on TV anytime soon proclaiming how dirty and dangerous the work is. This guy told me his workers, they come to work in polo shirts. They have iPads. It's high tech. It's not a dirty, grungy job anymore.
To put the plumber shortage into perspective, Mechanical Systems Incorporated's VP and COO Larry Fedor calculated that if every high school student in Laramie County suddenly decided to become plumbers, it would still take a dozen years just to meet the demand created by recently announced data center projects. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water. And slow down in bad winter weather. Don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Sweetheart is a longhorn cow who just gave birth to her 20th calf in 20 years. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that Jeff Ketchum, a rancher near Cheyenne, says not only is Sweetheart reliable, but easy to handle.
He loved watching longhorns at stock shows in Denver and just throughout the West, and finally decided he was going to buy a few. One of the 4 heifers that Ketchum purchased had a shape right in the middle of its forehead that looked like a heart, and that earned her the name Sweetheart. And Ketchum told me that her disposition also matches that name. She's very easygoing and just really causes no trouble. Just last week, she gave birth to her 20th calf in 20 years.
With diverse coat colors and spectacular horns that can span more than 8 feet from tip to tip, longhorns are known for their longevity and their ease and reliability of calving. With a terminal illness tightening its grip, Wyoming musician Michael DeGrieve wants to finish his last major work before the music stops. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even though Michael was raised in L.A., he came out to Cheyenne over 30 years ago and never left.
The agent called him one day, 1977, out of the blue and said, "Hey, what are your thoughts about Cheyenne?" And he goes, "I don't know. Where is it?" Went there thinking he was going to stay for 2 weeks. The agent said, "Yeah, we got you a 2-week gig. It's a little fun little stopover. Why not?" He said, "Yeah, I'll go." And he fell in love with the place. And he stayed on this open-ended arrangement. And it stayed open for 30 years. And he performed. And this is what's also just stunning. He performed 6 nights a week for hours each night.
Now 78 years old, you'd never guess by that gentle voice that Michael has dropped LSD with Jimi Hendrix, got drunk with Janis Joplin, or cut a record with Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show. Alan Hatch joins us. He's the teamster who went through a McDonald's drive-thru with his 2-horse mule team. I know many of us in Wyoming think what the problem is. Like, isn't that an every week occurrence in Powell, Wyoming?
It's pretty close.
And what?
Could you ask for a more beautiful morning this morning?
What do you got up in Powell? We got a rainy day here in Jackson.
It is just about clear. Clouds to the east. Beautiful morning.
Oh man, it's good time. Good morning to get the harness out and hitch up the mule. Your new team, new to you anyway. We'll talk about Cole and Onyx in a minute, but yeah, I wonder. The Powell Tribune, who we love, big fans. They had a photographer right there to get a great shot of you going through the McDonald's drive-thru. Now, how spur of the moment decision could this have been?
That was a very spur of the moment decision. I had gone to, as was in the article, I'd gone to Ace Hardware for some parts.
Right.
And Mark Davis approached me as I was looking through the screw bins and bolt bins. Asked for an interview. We did an interview.
Yeah.
And he said, at the conclusion of that interview, he said, "What's your next plan?" I said, "Well, I've got to go to Murdoch's, but I'm hungry." And right across the road, just a matter of proximity, was the drive-thru. And I thought, let's just see how these guys will do. I'm going to go through the drive-thru on the way out. He said, "Do you mind if I get some pictures?" I said, "Not at all." So he was a very close witness to all that transpired.
Good job, Mark. And he probably half talked you into it, but we'll say that was Alan hatched this idea all by himself. And so you went through the drive-thru. Now that you had them, first off, tell them, why did you have the team pulling the wagon in town? You're trying to get this new team. You're trying to get, them used to you getting used to them. And this is, they need to be exposed to all kinds of things. And by the way, you're the second teamster we've had on in a week. Last week, we had the guy who's hitching 16 mules to a freight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's going to be down in Thermopolis, I think.
Yeah.
Not before too long. Yes. No, it all started here at the house. This new team, they're not what I would call the same as every other team I've been around. They come from a different area. They come from a different culture. They're not used to lights at night, things of that nature. So I really wanted to see with this relatively new to me team, what they would do, how they would do it. And they needed some miles. They hadn't been worked a lot in the last few months. So that's what precluded the trip to town. Mostly I needed a couple parts and I needed to go get some senior feed. We're trying to put a little bit of weight on them. But in order to see what they're like and learning kind of who they are as a team and trying to learn to communicate with them, it's a totally separate topic, but they speak Swiss, not German or English. So anyway, that's where we started.
I was gonna ask. Now you got this team from Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee, a farm outside of there. So I was wondering if there was some kind of Southern dialect that they responded to that you didn't have. It's still G and haw, is it not?
It is now. It was not actually.
Oh.
It was not. They speak a little bit of Swiss, but they still know the word wool and they know the word step up. So that's the important commands.
Yeah.
And we were just learning each other from there moving forward. So I took them to town.
And now these Swedish mules know the,
horses. Come on now.
Swedish horses now know the order for, I'll have a number 2 and upsize me. Did they, how were you received at McDonald's by the window people? And the
first window was a young lady. I don't know. She was a young gal.
Yeah.
She was absolutely in awe that I had pulled around the building with a team of horses and the wagon was coming up directly adjacent to her window.
Huh.
It was the first window, so obviously I paid there, no issue. I'd already ordered, no issue. Move forward to the second window. While a little bit probably less impressed or not as in awe, the second window where I was to get my food, that young lady was pretty happy as well.
Yeah, there's always going to be a store manager that's what they're paid for, is to think of the worst that could happen. They're the glass half empty people. The glass half full. Did the young lady taking the order have any idea that horses would appear around the corner? When she took your order, she didn't know.
I don't know if they have cameras on the drive-thru or not. I don't have any idea.
I'll be darned. Did they offer anything for your horses? How about fries?
They sure didn't. The only thing they offered was to finish the transaction and for us to leave. That was the offer.
Trot your way out of here, Alan.
Exactly.
We're talking to Alan Hatch. He brought his team through a McDonald's drive-thru in Powell, Wyoming, a story that's now playing internationally. The UK Mail picked it up. They called you a farmer. Is that all right?
That's perfectly fine with me.
Right.
I'll take the moniker.
So we tried to reach out to McDonald's corporate. So did many news agencies. Have you heard anything about, whether you can bring livestock through a McDonald's drive-thru? You've been banned from that one.
I was banned from that one. That ban has since been rescinded. There's been some developments over the weekend.
Hey.
I was approached via private message by one of the other uninvolved managers from the Powell store. She asked for my contact information so that she could pass it on up the food chain. There's a company that owns this McDonald's and 15 others in the northern Wyoming, southern Montana area. It's called Yellowstone McDonald's. I was reached out to from Casey Taggart, who is their PR team lead and marketing and PR team lead. And we had a discussion about it. We had a discussion about the events. And ironically, he at the outset told me that the decision was essentially that of a local store manager. And interestingly enough, in that private message that I had received from the uninvolved manager, it stated that the area manager was responsible, in fact, for the decision being made real time while I was in the drive-thru. So it seemed as though they kind of wanted to contain the PR wreck that this has become to the local store. And actually, it's not all on the local manager. Now, it wasn't exactly handled professionally at the window, but I'm not that invested in it. I really didn't care about that. But I don't want them to throw it all off on her as being the sole responsible person for that.
No.
And when I told them I had it in writing that came from an area manager, they didn't seem too impressed.
Well, I can understand. I mean, it's not something that probably is in the McDonald's handbook. And I could see a manager who's like, what if they did something, What if they left some horse apples in the drive-thru? That's not sanitary. I don't want to send one of my people out to clean it. I get it. But, you know, this instead of being a black eye, this could have been an opportunity for
Absolutely.
McDonald's to take this kind of press. And I think the light bulb went on in somebody's head, and they're like, hey, let's turn this to good. McDonald's has an interesting corporate structure as well. These individual McDonald's are individually owned. This is a group ownership, but still it's in the West where, you know, if this happened, I guess, in Massachusetts, there may be a policy, but in the West, maybe they're a little more forgiving.
They took exception to the use of the word banned, and I personally can go in anytime I want.
Yeah.
Me and the horses were 86th. Now, ironically, I haven't been thrown out of the place in 30 years. I guess it's good to know I could still get thrown out of somewhere.
Wait a minute.
We cumulatively were 86th.
This sounds like a Cody Powell after a football game. You were at the McDonald's. Well, we need to flesh this story out. Okay. Well, Ellen, that's so cool. I'm glad it's going to turn out okay, and I hope Cole and Onyx, get used to you. I hope your Swedish improves, and I hope they're, by the way, this is a very impressive outfit from the photo. The wagon looks really nice. Your tack and tree and everything is all top notch. I love the collar. You have on the collar, you have a cushioning.
Yep.
You're taking care of this outfit. It looks really primo. It's nice.
I appreciate that. A lot of work, a lot of effort goes into accumulating all that gear and make it look that way.
I'll bet. Well, hey, anytime you see Ellen out there with the team, say hi and say, what do they say in Sweden for hi?
I suppose hello. I don't know. Haven't learned that one yet.
All right. Thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
You bet. Take care.
That's Powell, Wyoming farmer, I guess we're going to say, and his two-horse team that he rolled through the McDonald's in Powell. And they didn't care for it at the time, but it might have just been surprised. Let's take a break. We got our weatherman coming up. Don Day going to give us a beautiful forecast for Powell, Wyoming, I think.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait,
we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don Day will be here momentarily. We'll talk weather and fog for many communities to start the day today. Jackson under some... I don't like this music bed. I have to change all my music. Seriously. They shut it off right in the... Yeah, it's a new month, March, and there should be new music. I'm already sick of all my sound beds. Yeah, we'll talk fog. I have two fog questions for our meteorologist, Don Day. The day weather forecast includes lots of fog for many communities. Don, I want to ask you a couple of things about fog because I haven't the foggiest for an answer. Excuse the pun. Is this fog at all deadly or unnatural, a la The Mist, 2007 horror film?
No.
Okay.
Everything is fine. Do not panic. The fog is fine. Fog is good. Fog means there's moisture in the air.
This seems like a different kind of fog, though. And I'm not saying it's unnatural or scary or threatening, but normally I drove home last night from the bar at 1 a.m, and there was fog in places there wasn't usually. Usually we'll get fog off the river when there's a difference in air temps, and it's very localized fog. This fog almost didn't happen where it usually does and happened everywhere else. I mean, it was fog like that wouldn't quit. And we're not, Jackson's not the only one getting the fog. So what makes fog like that?
Well, yeah, there's different types of fog. You know, the fog you're used to in Jackson is what we call radiational fog.
Yeah.
You'll get a clear, cold night. It cools off. You get the fog that forms in the low spots. And that's your most typical fog. We then have upslope fog, and this is more common in eastern Wyoming, where you get that upslope wind that could cause a low cloud layer, and that becomes fog. The fog that you're experiencing now is warm, moist Pacific air going over snow cover. And there's just a lot of moisture with this Pacific system coming on in. So it's a little bit of we call this advection fog. Advection means it's fog being formed by warmer air over a colder surface.
Interesting. Wow, we learned a lot about fog. This is not The Mist, 2007. That's a good movie, by the way.
Well, no, I haven't got to my other type of fog.
Wait a minute.
Which is your horror movie fog.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's filled with monsters, axe murderers, and noxious chemicals.
Yes. Do I have a scary soundtrack? I wish I did. Darn it. Probably somewhere. Yeah. The Mist, that movie is really freaky. They're all stuck in the grocery store and they couldn't go out in the fog like you did.
Yeah, well, wasn't there a horror movie in the 70s or early 80s called The Fog?
Yes.
Think? Yeah.
There was. That was a John Carpenter flick, I believe. Yeah, John Carpenter's flick, 19. Yeah, fog is scary. Well, it's scary to drive in. So
it is scary to drive in. And, a lot of bad accidents will happen when there's fog and people can't see ahead of them, but they keep moving along at the same speed and then they can't react.
Yep.
So take it slow.
Yep. One other thing before we look at the Wyoming forecast, March 1st is the start of meteorological spring, if you believe in such a thing. It's not the official start of spring, but in some places in the U.S., we skip spring. I don't know if we ever had winter. We went straight to summer. Records going to be falling across the state down south. Wow.
Down south.
High, like from Phoenix to Orlando.
Well, March is the month that deserts do heat up. That's not unusual, but it has been hot. Arizona, I was in New Mexico this weekend, and it was darn close to 80 in Albuquerque. And we had some 100s in Texas. But at the same time, I need to warn folks, there's still plenty of cold air in the northern latitudes. But this is March. The lower latitudes warm up. The northern latitudes are still cold. That's why March, April, and May, it gets stormy. So, yeah, we broke some records, but again, it's March in the southern part of the U.S. It starts to get warm.
And a month marked by a lot of fluctuation. March is up, down. It's all over the place. April as well, really. What's going on in Wyoming?
Well, 2 storms this week, and I've got really good news for the central and southern counties of the state. They're going to see the best moisture they've seen all season with these 2 storms. It's going to be rain, snow, and thunder today and tomorrow. Most of it's coming tomorrow, but there'll be showers across the south today. If you draw a line from about Star Valley to Du Bois to Casper to Lusk, along and south of that line is where the bulk of the precipitation this week's going to fall. There's this storm today and tomorrow. There's a break Wednesday and most of Thursday. Then Thursday night, Friday, rain and snow, and that second system's colder. I suspect that we'll have some travel concerns, especially Interstate 80, with some snow potential with that second storm system. So March is starting off wet, especially in those southern counties. And like everywhere in the state, everybody can use it. So it's hard to get all of Wyoming wet with one storm, but at least the southern counties are going to see some good precipitation this week.
Interesting. I want to keep an eye on that end of the week incident because a lot of folks gathering in Evanston for the 4A West Regional Basketball Tournament. Yeah. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
Watch out for that fog.
Wow, stay out of the fog, man. Fog is scary. I need some scary fog music. This is way too upbeat. I don't have any. Well, that's something I'm going to have to work on is I've got to get a soundtrack that's like scary fog. Well, this isn't it. This is way too upbeat. I want to find some scary fog music. Ooh, this maybe? I don't know. It's Monday. I'm not happy with any of my music. The Mist. That was a good movie. 2007. Sort of good. I mean, I know Rotten Tomatoes probably gets a crappy score. It's one of those movies I'm sure the critics hated. But I thought it was scary. Whenever horror films are made out of, when the horror doesn't come from a predictable place, like Jason with his chainsaw. I mean, I might have been scared the first time, but come on. I like to be scared by like everyday things like fog, or what about that one movie where the trees all of a sudden were against us? Well, what movie was that? That horror movie where the trees turned against us and the trees were exuding some kind of toxin and it would kill you. I don't know. Those are the kind of horror movies I like. I think that just an everyday occurrence could suddenly start killing you. That and zombie movies, there's always the apocalypse. Trees, horror movie. You think that's enough for Siri to figure out, or AI? Trees, the movie. I don't think it was called Trees. Maybe it was. No, I don't think so. It was some movie where nature was like killing us. Nature got sick of all the things we did to hurt it. And Mother Nature was like exacting her revenge on us. What movie was that? Come on, somebody help me out on the Facebooks. Well, maybe I should be on the Facebook to find out. All right, I'm going to the Facebook. If anybody knows the movie I'm trying to think of where all of a sudden it was toxic, like it poison. You couldn't go outside. Outside would kill you. And I think it was the trees and kind of just nature. And it didn't have Sandra Bullock. It had that other girl with the bangs. The actress that's always got bangs. What the heck? With the huge eyes. She's got big googly eyes. Zoe, actress. Maybe that's how I'll find it. Excuse me while I do some internet research. Actress, Zoe Deutsch. No. Yeah? No. I don't know. I give up unless somebody helps me out. But yeah, The Mist, scary movie. Where is my guest? I do not know. Perhaps on Hawaii time? Debbie Pummel? Debbie? Zoe Deschanel. That's her name. Zoe Deschanel. Movie. Zoe Deschanel movies. That's what I'll ask. The Happening? Is that it? Yeah. The Happening. Probably one of the best bad movies. The actors are so good, but the dialogue is so bad. The Happening is 2008. And nature was causing people to kill themselves. Inexplicable natural disaster causing mass suicides. M. Night Shyamalan. That dude. I thought that was a freaky movie. Believed to be caused by bioterrorist attack creating an airborne neurotoxin, but then it was later thought to be, just the trees were trying to kill us. Yeah, that was a good movie, I thought. I want to talk about flock cameras and what you think about flock cameras, whether they are invasive, because it's come up in the news a little bit. Kate Meadows has a story. Privacy advocates trying to get flock license plate cams in Cheyenne removed. And there is a similar flock camera system used in Jackson. And very liberal Jackson has no problem installing cameras to spy on itself. It fits right in with the MO for Jackson Hole. Cheyenne, though, also utilizes flock camera. And the license plate of a vehicle involved in a carjacking in Bloomfield, Colorado, turned up in Cheyenne last weekend. This would be, I think, 2 weekends ago. Police put the license plate of the vehicle in question into the National Crime Information Center, NCIC, database. A flock camera in Cheyenne picked up the plate number quickly, and bingo bango, an arrest is made. That's the positive side of flock cameras. The negative side is these cameras are always looking at your license plate. Where does that data go? When is it considered an invasion of privacy? There's a petition in Cheyenne now with 779 signatures. The petition asking that the city discontinue use of the flock camera system. We just had Cheyenne City Council member Pete Laybourne on the other day. And Pete is in this story. Councilman Laybourne said, I assume all of us are concerned about surveillance, but when you don't trust and when you don't believe the facts of our police department, that's a different problem. That's a bigger problem. Flock cameras zoom in on your license plate and make note of your license plate. Goes into a database. Supposedly the database doesn't stay saved for very long. It's just in case plate recognition is needed by the police department, and they would have to get a warrant to trace the data to find your license plate. This system is in use in Jackson. It's in use in Cheyenne. It's in use in many other cities, hundreds probably. But of late, there have been concerns that it's a little much. It's an invasion of privacy. And it evoked the story, obviously, the story from Cape Meadows concerning flock license plate surveillance, and it elicited a letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily from Charlotte Kalkofen, who lists her home address as Pahrump, Missouri, but I'm guessing that's wrong. There is no Pahrump, Missouri, as I know it. There's a Pahrump, Nevada, and I think that's where this young lady's from, because she does mention Nevada in her letter to the editor. She said, "Today I read an article about flock cameras and some people who are opposed to them because of a perceived invasion of privacy. It seems to me if you're driving a vehicle on a public street or roadway, you have already voluntarily given up your right to privacy. And for any law-abiding person, why do you have to worry about privacy?" That's the question right there. I have no problem with cameras catching a bad guy. More cameras, the better. Let's catch bad guys. If somebody got kidnapped, if somebody got murdered, if there was a crime and somehow we had a camera on it and we're able to catch a bad guy because of that camera, yay. I'm all for that. But I do question that. That is my biggest question. I'm law abiding and I don't mind the cameras catching bad guys, but I'm slightly cringe by the fact that there are cameras everywhere. And definitely, that includes the flock license plate surveillance. But Charlotte asks, if you are a law-abiding person, why do you have to worry about privacy? That's the million-dollar question. I worry about privacy, and can you worry about privacy and be law-abiding? I'm not breaking a law, but I also don't like the fact that I'm being spied on 24/7. I think you can separate the two. I think you can be in both camps. I think you can say, I'm law-abiding and I love it when cameras catch people. Yet, another part of me says, the fact that I'm on camera 24/7 is weird. And I do worry about privacy. Charlotte goes on to say in Las Vegas, Nevada, they're fighting the same battle for the same ignorant reason. They must have flock surveillance in Las Vegas or a similar system. But Charlotte says more cameras, the better. They would help slow down speeders in school zones, catch bad guys. And if you're innocent, why are you worried about cameras? What do you folks think about that? What do you think about flock surveillance? Let me put my phone number up. As always, you can text our studio line, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Text that number. What do you think about flock surveillance license plates? Because sort of ancillary to that is the cameras that are going to be installed. Well, they are installed. They're going to be used beginning next week north of Denver on Interstate 25. They're going to be speed control cameras. They're going to take a picture of your car at one place, picture of your car at another place, maybe a mile down the road. And if you got there too fast, you're going to be mailed a speeding ticket. Cameras are going to write you your speeding ticket. And Charlotte would say, well, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you shouldn't worry about cameras. You were speeding. But I don't like the idea that I can be written a speeding ticket by a camera and a computer. Here's your ticket. I'm being surveilled upon makes me a little cringe. 307-999-TALK. What think you regarding the flock surveillance and any other camera surveillance thing? Let's take a quick break, see if we can't figure out where our guest is right after this.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
And welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Monday. I know it's Monday. Get your sleep this afternoon. Maybe get a nap in because you're going to be up early tomorrow. I say tomorrow. It'll technically be super late tonight. You're going to want to get a chance to see the blood red moon. Andrew Rossi has that story. Set your clock for 4 a.m. Tuesday, which some would say is late tonight, and others would say is early Tuesday. 4 a.m., the moon will set shortly before sunrise, and you'll get a chance to see the blood red moon. That combined with the horror mist that's spreading right now, mist and moon. Oh, I'm freaked out. Sounds like the beginning of a horror movie. It's almost a year to the day since the last total lunar eclipse in Wyoming. That happened on March 5th, 2025. So don't snooze. Snooze, you lose. You'll miss it. Sunrise scheduled for 6:15 I think. So by then, it'll be all over. Lunar eclipse and the blood red moon, the worm moon, April, worm moon or blood red moon is the moon you're going to see 4 a.m. if you set your alarm. That's going to be not early for me. I'll be up. I'll be into my halfway through a pot of coffee by then. Are you kidding? 4 a.m. is like, yeah, it's the beginning of my day. Let's take a look at things that have happened on this day in history. It's March 2. Texas declared independence from Mexico on this day in 1836. Exact day, the city of Wyoming, Illinois, was founded by General Samuel Thomas. I didn't know there was a Wyoming, Illinois. I know there's a Wyoming, Michigan. There's a Wyoming County in New York. A Wyoming, Illinois, founded 1836. 1861, Congress created the Dakota and Nevada territories out of Nebraska and Utah territories. Wyoming was part of the Dakota territory at that time, 1861. In 1868, this day, General Grant issues an order to abandon Fort Reno, Fort Kearny, Fort C.F. Smith on the Bozeman Trail. The fort abandonments were byproducts of the end of Red Cloud's War in 1868. 1888, the territorial legislature overrides a public works bill vetoed by Governor Moonlight. The bill was for the construction of public buildings. Moonlight had been worried about excessive expenditures, but the legislature overrode his veto in favor of spending. 1888, this happened. Look where we are today, where the legislature more inclined to override a governor's willingness to spend by tightening the purse strings. 18, what a difference. 100 and, well, how many years is that? 150 years. Fort Laramie's status as an active Army post ended on this day in 1890. March 2nd seems to be the day to decommission forts, apparently. 1891, American Exchange Bank opened in Casper. This day in 1899, Wyoming volunteers moved to trenches on the Pasig River in Philippines. 1915, this day, 7th Judicial District was created by the legislature. That would encompass pretty much most of Natrona County at that time. 1917, this day, the Cheyenne leader reporting that National Guardsmen were having a good time at Fort D.A. Russell. There was a big to-do about mustering and demustering that I don't really care to go into. 1920, this day, Joseph Wisniewski, a Polish immigrant living in New Acme, received a patent for a roller skate. In 1943, Pepsi-Cola bottling plant in Douglas, Wyoming, was damaged by fire. While the soft drink bottling operations are not unknown in the state now, that time in at that time, the Pepsi-Cola bottling plant in Douglas was relatively new. Casper had its own bottling plant for Coca-Cola at that time in the 1940s. 1947, this day, Grace Emerson, Wyoming's first woman deputy state auditor, died on this day, 1947. March 2nd, 2011, Governor Matt Mead signed a bill amending Wyoming's concealed firearms laws to allow for carry without a permit. We see today a further loosening of firearms laws in Wyoming. And in 2002, the largest crowd to date watched a basketball game at the University of Wyoming's Arena Auditorium, the game between Wyoming and Utah. Record number of folks got to see an exciting Wyoming win as the Pokes beat Utah 57-56 this day in 2002. All these things happen on March 2nd. Let's check in with the Western Ag Network and see what kind of rodeo is going on.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Good to have you along today on the show. Brand new world champion bareback rider Rocker Steiner joins us. We talked about the moment he got off the back of that bucking horse in round 10 of the national finals, and he knew that he had won a world title. I love the emotion. I love his answer. Rocker Steiner, world champion, on the Roadshow coming up.
This is Jack Holden from Holden Herefords, inviting you to attend our 60th annual sale, March 9th at the ranch in Valere, Montana. We will sell 150 powerful Hereford bulls, 30 top quality line 1 females, and 80 F1 Black Baldy open heifers. There's never been a better time to use a Holden bull on your Angus-based cows. Take advantage of increased pay weight, maternal heterosis, and 70 years of a constant focus on producing quality cattle that add dollars to our customers' bottom line. Videos and online catalog available at holdenherefords.com.
Calving season doesn't start when the first calf hits the ground. It starts now. If your cows aren't in the right body condition, you're already behind. That's why producers across the West trust Western Stockmans to keep mineral and nutrition programs balanced through the toughest months. Simplot mineral and supplement programs support strong immunity, healthy pregnancies, and the condition needed for live, vigorous calves. Visit SimplotWesternStockmans.com to find your local rep today.
Western Stockmans, making health a part of your animal's life.
Tell me, when you were standing in the middle of that arena after you got off your horse in round 10 and you knew you won the title, tell me how it hit you.
Man, I knew as soon as I double grabbed that, I won it. And I got off and I kind of went to screaming and doing my normal deal. Then I got to walking back and really started to realize exactly what was happening. And whenever like the picture with me with my arms out and I'm kind of starting to, tear up, I'm looking at my grandparents and they're hugging, they switch seats, every day. And out of nowhere, I found them in the crowd and they were hugging, and that dug deep. So we got kind of emotional in the arena, and it wasn't like a normal celebration where I'm, jumping up and hollering. It was a pretty emotional deal, and I really didn't hold anything back. I was like, you know what, if we're gonna start crying, let's just get it over with.
Let's just cry. Heck, I was crying with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I asked Tim O'Connell after. I was like, is the second one better than the first one? Because I can't imagine it being better than this. So, yeah. It was a pretty special moment.
What a talented young man from Weatherford, Texas. How many world titles is he going to win? 3 NFRs, a gold buckle now for Rocker Steiner, the new bareback riding world champion on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Yeah, rolling along through on a Monday. United Airlines has just announced they will deal with folks who refuse to wear their headphones. I didn't know this was an issue. I have not come across it in my travels. Most people who watch a movie or are listening to their music do it with headphones. In fact, everybody, you walk on an airplane, everybody's got something stuck in their ear or on their ear. But I guess some, including those making a phone call or using a personal audio video devices, some refuse to comply with being asked to use headphones. I have not encountered this, but I guess it happens often enough that United Airlines is taking it seriously, and they point out their contract of carriage and making it clear passengers who do not comply with a request to use headphones when making noise, watching a movie, listening to a song, making a phone call, whatever, could be removed from the aircraft. Rule 21, refusal of transport. United Airlines says they're going to enforce policy, and you got to wear your headphones when you're doing something that makes noise on a flight. Again, I have seen the opposite. I've seen people not engage in conversation, people not listening to the whole seatbelt emergency thing. Everybody's got their headphones. Everybody's got something stuck in their ear on a flight. Everyone. In fact, if you're the only one without headphones, they come down the aisle and ask, do you want some? You want your own headphones from United Airlines or whoever. It's like you need headphones in order to get the plane off the ground. Everybody's got to have their headphones on or this plane won't fly. Can we give you a complimentary pair of headphones? We did have somebody text in on the whole flock camera thing, whether, you feel like you're being surveilled. Where do you stand on the flock camera, surveillance cameras that look at your license plate and then add that to a database? We kind of, we're coming to an agreement that, we like the idea that if we're doing nothing wrong, if we're law-abiding citizens, more cameras, the better. Let's catch the bad guys. But, big, huge but, one of our listeners texts in saying, I don't like the idea of flock cameras. Yes, if you do nothing wrong, you should have nothing to worry about. But what if this information, what if your license plate, what if it's being used to target political parties? Oh, I don't want to make political partisan stuff out of everything, but it's true. Your constitutional rights could be tromped on. They could be used wrongly, like the Democratic Party used phone records against their political opponents. Yes, that did happen to our senators and private citizens by the Biden administration. It's the potential abuse. That's what we're worried about, I think, when it comes to cameras, whether those are surveillance cameras outside the convenience store or the gas station or this flock system that reads your license plates, the potential for abuse. And if there's a potential for abuse, there will be abuse sooner or later, you would have to think. I think that's what most of us are worried about, the uneasiness that info could be used in the wrong kind of way. I had a list of the fittest states in the union, and I lost my link to it. Let me see if I can find that. Wyoming ranked pretty good. Can you guess who is the fittest state in the United States? Let's see. My 2000... I don't know why I don't have the link to this. I had it. Fittest states in America, the 2026 version. Colorado always comes in top, but not this time. It was, maybe I don't have it. We might have to stand by for that. Fittest states in the United States, number one was a little bit of a surprise because it was a state in the New England area, I thought. I'm going to have to go back and try to find that. Sorry. Did I tease a story that I don't really have? All right, here it is. Fittest states in the U.S. Number one, not Colorado. That might be the biggest surprise. Number one is Vermont. With a rating of from NERSA of 8.97. Vermont comes in as the fittest state in the U.S. Massachusetts not far behind in second. Washington State in third, and Colorado in fourth. Colorado's almost always in the top. Utah rounds out the top five. Wyoming came in at, let's see, where are we ranked? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13th. Wyoming was 13th after Oregon. Least fittest states. I mean, you shouldn't, if you've been following this at all, you shouldn't even need too many guesses, right? Least fittest states always Louisiana and Mississippi. They live an unhealthy lifestyle of fried food and not much mobility. Louisiana, Mississippi come in at the bottom. Vermont listed as the healthiest, fittest state in the U.S. Well, that'll close us out for hour 2. That means we're halfway through the show on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show. You see us live on Facebook, X, on the YouTube channel, and on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Maybe you're listening on one of our many syndicated radio stations. Any way you do it, we love having you here.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Wyoming parents are calling for schools to dump LifeTouch photos after its parent company has an alleged link to notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports one parent in Teton County says the company shouldn't be anywhere near his kid's school.
One of them brought it before the school board. They say that, get rid of this company. Let's use local photographers and put the local photographers through a full-scale background check before we even let them into the school. It's become big enough deal that LifeTouch took the time to email at least one of our superintendents that I know of. They took the time to send a message directly to him saying, please don't get caught up in this controversy.
In a statement emailed to Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming Superintendent of Publication Megan Degenfelder says state school districts should, quote, demand full transparency, unquote, when it comes to children's school photos. There was no dealing with the so-called Checkgate controversy at Saturday's state GOP Central Committee meeting. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that instead, party leaders blamed the media for its coverage and redirected attention to Governor Mark Gordon's campaign spending.
One surprise came from Vice Chairman Ferguson. He wanted to talk about all the spending that Governor Gordon had directed. He brought up Gordon's essentially war chest that he had raised and distributed to lawmakers and suggested, look how big this number is. It's something like $360,000. Why isn't the media looking into that? I spoke directly to the governor's office on Saturday, and they said, this is old news. They're trying to redirect attention. There's really nothing here.
Despite the poor optics, Vice Chair Bob Ferguson maintained the donations were legal and that the real story was the governor's far larger financial fingerprints on Wyoming's elections. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It's been 4 years since Kenyan nursing student Irene Gakwa vanished from Gillette in February of 2022, and her family fears she's dead. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that her ex-boyfriend, now out of prison for stealing her bank card, hasn't been charged but remains a person of interest, so say police.
Nathan is currently still on parole. He has not been cleared as a person of interest because Irene's missing person case is still ongoing. So police are still investigating what happened to Irene. Until they find the answers, Nathan remains a person of interest in that investigation.
In the years since her disappearance, authorities say there have been no confirmed sightings of Irene, nor has she reached out to family or friends or left any digital footprint online. Teton County has once again been named the richest county in the nation with a per capita income of almost $533,000. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that not only is that 6 times greater than the national average of $73,000, but beats the second highest county by more than $250,000.
Obviously, not everybody makes anywhere close to this 532,000 figure for per capita income, but it does show how much wealth has moved into that portion of Wyoming, and it kind of helps explain, some of the problems that they face there with home values just ratcheting up to the point that regular workforce has trouble finding housing. And one time, Teton County was not the wealthiest in Wyoming. It was a needy county, so needy that they qualified for a federally subsidized loan to try to help them with economic development.
In fact, 60 years ago, Teton County was poor enough to qualify for a federally subsidized loan meant for the nation's neediest communities. That loan started a little place called Jackson Hole Ski Area that's better known today as the world-famous Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Let's get to the Zoom room, and we welcome in David Madison, even though he might be otherwise known as Alex Anderson.
Is that?
I was hesitant to let you into the Zoom room. I'm like, all right, it's got to be David.
What in the world?
I'm hoping. What, did you get a hold of a Hop laptop? Is that a stolen?
Oh my God. I have no idea what's going on there.
All right. Well, I know who you are, and our readers know who you are. David Madison down in Cheyenne covering the budget session. And, well, let's see. Where do we start? How about the buzz of the whole session? And unfortunately, it has kind of hijacked the whole session, which is about budgeting and, doing lawmaker stuff. This whole check gate thing has been front and in our eyeballs every day. Where are we with the latest? And you talked to some high-ranking leaders. We're still investigating it. We're spending an awful lot of time on it, us, the media, anyway. You start to get the feeling that some of the legislators are like, all right, let's get back to business.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent Saturday at the Republican Central Committee meeting. The topic came up. Vice Chair Bob Ferguson acknowledged that it was a terrible look and probably shouldn't have happened the way it did, with checks being handed out during the session on the floor. Carbon County Republicans were especially disappointed. They asked for a resolution to be introduced that would have had some consequences for Nina Weber, who led Rebecca Bextel onto the floor. That was never recognized as a formal solution. It looked like it did come up and then was dismissed by the chair. And so there really was no formal reckoning. There was some talk of, hey, media, why don't you pay attention to some other stuff like the Epstein files and their connection to Wyoming. The chair of the Republican Party said, hey, Wyoming's mentioned a lot in a lot of different ways in these files. I haven't personally been working on that part. I had a really good conversation with Brian Miller, the chair of the Republican Party. And, he said, look, we can't do our own investigation or repercussions before the House committee makes a ruling. That would be out of line. And so we're leaving it with the House committee. They have at least one more meeting. My colleague Claire McFarland is far more up to speed on this than I am. But yes, you're right. I think a lot of us are tired of that storyline. It was an unfortunate incident, and I hope that the investigative committee, takes the necessary steps as they see fit.
The investigative House committee also has to tiptoe a little bit because they don't want to infringe on what is a potentially criminal investigation. That's Sheriff Brian Kozak is involved in that. He'll be on the show actually in a couple of minutes, so we'll ask him why he got involved, why his department. But yeah, it's certainly a distraction from the business at hand, as much as a distraction as the whole Epstein files distracts from like anything in the news cycle. But as far as the real getting down to making laws and stuff like that, I'm interested in this Glen Rock legislator proposing a bill to push hydrogen. He tried to get California interested. They were interested, but they say, you know what, that's still fossil fuel, and we don't do that here. So what's the end result? Just jumping past California? And
no, the idea is that you would take these industrial zones that already exist and have already cleared some environmental hurdles, and within those industrial zones, you'd create a new industrial zone that has the ability to refine natural gas into hydrogen and carbon. And so you'd have these two commodities. You could sell carbon to do all kinds of things, graphite, put into roads, and then hydrogen is fuel. And so there's, I guess, through the Commerce Clause, states can't stop you bringing in a manufactured product, but they can stop raw natural gas. And so he's very passionate about this. I had a long conversation with Kevin Campbell, and we'll see where this goes. It seemed to have unanimous support.
This session also marked by some big movements in energy. Now is the time to strike is basically what Senator Bo Biteman is saying when it comes to any kind of bill that is energy related sailing through committee. Senator Biteman said because of the administration currently in place in D.C., they'll get rid of any issues or bottlenecks. So the time to strike is now when it comes to energy.
That has been a theme. I think the reporting I had was that it felt more like a pep rally than a real policy debate the other day, that everyone was like, okay, we may not have this opportunity again with the administration being so enthusiastic around energy. Stars are aligning. Let's go. Yeah.
What about, has there been any talk? I haven't really heard anything about property tax. Property tax relief 2 years ago was everything. Last year as well. There was a 25% property tax relief. There's been talk of making that 50. There's been talk about eliminating property tax, or at least getting residential property tax in its own category. What's going on with property tax? Any talk about that at the session?
I worked closely with the Department of Revenue to try and translate the very technical bill that we covered last week. It essentially, just to put it in simple terms, because I will probably mess up trying to get too much into the details, but it basically was a way to reduce property taxes without really kneecapping local governments, and so preserving some of the funds that go to schools, but basically the state stepping in and filling that gap where there is a reduction. I think what the real takeaway for me is whatever they do with property tax reduction, how will it compound with this state initiative that could significantly cut taxes? So again, I struggle to explain this. It's very technical and complicated. Yeah. But yes, it is. The big theme is cuts are afoot. How big will they be? Could they be too big, in the sense that there was even talk like, well, we could go back and rewrite the law and take back some of the cuts if this initiative passes. But yeah, that I might be out of my depth getting any more detail. We need to get somebody from the Department of Revenue on with you because they could translate it better than I can.
Yes, and we'll probably all go numb listening to that.
Yeah.
David Madison joins us. He's covering all things budget session in Cheyenne for the Cowboy State Daily. It's just a couple more things. Some election reform bills have passed. Some have not. I saw one that got shot down the other day. Senator Tara Nethercott used a phrase or a term called populism that I hear all the time now in the news. Populism. It's basically this national fear mongering. And she said Wyoming shouldn't fall prey to it, that we don't have issues. The only fear there is county clerks in every county are worried about every move they make. What's going on with election reform?
This one I can speak to a little more in detail. I'm actually about to walk into another election reform bill hearing. Yeah, Tara Nethercott's speech really stood out for me in the session. She brought a level of passion and precision that I haven't seen out of the other speeches we've heard. For me, populism translated to the word Trump. Honestly, I think it was a way of saying Trump without saying Trump, because that can be politically divisive. She was basically saying, look, the conversation that's largely driven from Washington about us fearing for our election integrity is wrong. And from her point of view, that it's fear-mongering. Our clerks are doing a great job. We did have this issue in Weston County, but it's no reason to basically bring in some overkill legislation that is basically sledgehammer on the mosquito kind of thing. And anyway, she really was convincing, and it had ripple effects into Saturday's meeting where it was brought up again at the Republican Central Committee meeting with complaints about how the Senate wasn't on board. They weren't with the program. They weren't being MAGA enough in passing these election reform bills. And I'm guessing that this morning I'm going to hear some of the same rhetoric in this hearing on falsifying documents. I think is the topic of the legislation this morning. So stay tuned. There could be a story later today.
Senator Nethercott is very well spoken. I like anytime I see a quote from her, I hear her speak. She's good. She's real good. And of course, the inside politics on that is that she was an opponent of Secretary of State Chuck Gray, right? So she lost to Gray in the primary to become Secretary of State. And he sent me a text suggesting that's what was behind her. I didn't report that. I think it's a little too insidery. It wasn't really on the record. Well, I guess the text is on the record, but I wasn't able to reach Nethercott to get a response, and so I didn't report that. Yeah, that is a little deep thinking. I didn't even realize that, honestly, but okay, David, appreciate everything you're doing in Cheyenne. Get right back at it, buddy.
I will do. All right, see you next week.
David Madison of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll talk to Sheriff Brian Kozak next after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back in the Zoom room, and we welcome in Sheriff Brian Kozak. He's running the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. Just completed a 3-day operation called Truck Around and Find Out. Sheriff, I gotta have one of those hats. I want, please. Do you have extra swag?
You know, I've gotten so many requests for these hats. We might actually make them and put the money into our benevolent fund for deputies who are hurt. So we might do that.
Yeah. I mean, turn this into a fundraiser. Make it. Yep. I love it. Well, we'll tell you, Sheriff Kozak, his deputies were out there. They made some 177 stops, 82 of those commercial truckers, 51 citations, 32 illegal, no paperwork, turned over to ICE. And also, we want to tell you about some of the other things that came out of this, but you are targeting commercial carriers that are looking to get around the ports of entry. You're not supposed to do that.
That's true. Yeah, not supposed to do that, and not only trucks, but also cars that drive unsafe around trucks too.
Yeah.
We were looking at those vehicles as well, but we had we did focus on the ports. We had a deputy in the port because some of those trucks are allowed to pass the port. You know, they get the green light from the electronic system that's in place, and they don't have to stop. But others are supposed to stop, and they went right on by, and those are the ones we went after. And it turns out there was a high percentage of those drivers that are illegal immigrants, and so we arrested them and turned them over to ICE.
Yeah, I mean, it stands to reason you're dodging weigh scales, you're dodging ports of entry because maybe your paperwork is not in order. Wyoming Highway Patrol does these operations all the time. That's their regular business, but those guys, we don't have enough manpower, and getting assistance from an SO is really cool. And let's talk about the cars. As long as you're out, this isn't to penalize trucker. We love truckers, man. If you're doing it right, they love what you're doing. In fact, tell me about the positive response from the commercial truckers that are doing it right. They like what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. At the ports, the truckers were just so happy that we were doing this because, it puts a stain on their profession with these unsafe truck drivers. And so they want to do something about it. And so they were thanking our deputies. And so, yeah, it was good to see that. But also they like the fact that we're focusing on those idiots that are driving unsafe around trucks too.
Yes, the four-wheelers. Some of us, and we know, we get aggravated at truckers and they get aggravated at us. And there's no reason to take hostilities out on the highway. That's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely right. So yeah, I think it was a successful operation. This is the second one we've done. The first one we did Operation Safe Haul in November. But our deputies are out every day. We have traffic deputies that are pulling in undocumented, unlicensed, unsafe truckers every day, and not only truckers but other motorists too.
Truck around.
Yep. Yeah, so we're equal opportunity sheriff's office for sure.
Yeah. Truck around and find out. The 3-day operation complete. The numbers, to me, it's just astounding how you can keep, finding bad guys. Same thing with the DUI. I call them checkpoints. You're not supposed to call them checkpoints, but the DUI, like letting people know ahead of time, we're going to be looking for you. It doesn't deter drunk drivers. Well, it does. Maybe it keeps you, but that's the point, man. We don't want to catch you driving drunk. We want to put that seed in your mind before you ever think about it.
Yeah, prevention is key on those task forces. And with this truck around, find out, I mean, that's what we want to do is prevent too, because we have a lot of unsafe operators coming from Colorado on a daily basis. And we've noticed that has drastically been reduced now. So the word is from the legal truck drivers, they're telling us that those unsafe, unlicensed truck drivers are afraid to come in Laramie County, and that's what we want.
Yeah, good. Get the word out. Don't even come by. Also, we saw a little bit of fallout maybe from Operation Truck Around and Find Out where some haulers just dumped their load in the middle of the road like frac sand. What was that deal?
Yeah, absolutely. That does happen. So what happens is they'll get a load of sand for the fracking sites, and they are overweight when they get their load. Oh. And then they hear that we're out doing enforcement, and so they drop their load before they get caught.
Well, yeah, we saw some of that on County Road 146, 208, and they're if you see anything, always help out LCSO and. Let me ask you, Sheriff Kozak, while you're here, this whole checkgate thing, I'm wondering why you made the announcement that your office would get involved in an investigation. Were you asked? Was this something where you thought, all right, if these checks are bribery, then that's a criminal thing? Like, why did you jump in the whole checkgate thing?
Yeah, we were requested. It seemed like about 500,000 people were pointing the finger, right? That there might be a crime there. So, and my office is the one that has jurisdiction over that. So you would think DCI could, but they have to be referred by the Attorney General, and so that was not the case, and so it leaves us. And well, we have things to do. We're busy, so it was just another investigation we got to launch into. But we'll see where it takes us. We'll follow the evidence and put out the facts once we find them.
Laramie County Sheriff's Office also been busy raising food donation. You got a warehouse full of food, man.
Yeah, that was good. So we had some protests, some activists protesting at the state capitol about what we're doing with ICE. And so they were raising food at the protest for the needy here. And so I was like, hey, we can get behind that cause. We might not agree on everything, right or blue, left or right, but we can find common ground. And that was one, raising food for families who need it. And so our deputies jumped in, man, and there was competition between the jail and patrol. And they got two pallets worth of food and some money that we donated, turned over to Needs Incorporated. And citizens are bringing it down to us too, because they heard about our food drive. So yeah, I was really proud of the work that our employees put behind that.
Look at Laramie County Sheriff's Office making lemonade out of lemons. Speaking of the jail, you got 3 new jailers, right? Detention officer basic course, deputies Irons, Jacobs, and Sanchez. Good job finishing that course and put them right to work.
That's right, yeah. And so anyone looking for a good job, we have some here. So look at lcsowi.org.
And there'll never be, no matter who signs up to wear the badge, there's never going to be another K9 Cash and Deputy Sill. That team's been solving some crimes.
They're amazing. Superheroes, that team. Almost on a nightly basis, they're finding bad guys and drugs. And so they're doing such a great job.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for being on, Sheriff.
Oh, you're welcome. Good to see you.
Get some more of those hats made. I want one.
All right, we'll do.
All right.
See you later.
Cowboy State Daily Show at Sheriff Kozak. Truck around and find out. Yeah, find out the hard way. Hopefully, truckers will learn their lesson. Be legal and hit the port if you got to hit the port. 177 stops in that 3-day operation in cooperation with ICE. 82 commercial truckers, 51 citations, and 32 turned over to ICE. Illegal immigrants behind the wheel of 18-wheelers. That's not safe and it's not legal. Let's take a break. Cowboy State Daily Show will be right back after these.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Yeah, Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, and we're halfway through it, a little over the halfway mark. Let's talk about distractions that are the Epstein files. I mean, you cannot swing a dead cat. And again, that begs the question, what are you doing swinging a dead cat without bumping into the Epstein files? I mean, this guy, this pedophile, sick bastard who's dead, and whether he hung himself or somebody shivved him or however, it's the only fitting end for Jeffrey Epstein. But his legacy lives on. As long as we want to keep fueling this fire, it will burn. Epstein this, Epstein that, the Epstein files. No matter what the topic is in news, someone will find a way to incorporate the Epstein files in it. It doesn't matter if it's recapping the Super Bowl 60. That boring Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks. It was a defensive struggle, and it was one of the most boring Super Bowls because of the Epstein files. What? Epstein files are the reason, I guess, the U.S. has now launched war against Iran to distract from the Epstein files and the fact that President Trump is a child sex abuser in the Epstein files, redacted. Where's the redacted? People just cannot stop with the Epstein files. Proof to that point, Mark Hines' story. Some Wyoming parents are calling for schools to dump LifeTouch photos after its parent company has an alleged link to notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. The schools shouldn't be allowing it, said one Natrona County parent. Here's where the tie comes, and man, it's a stretch to say the least. This is like 100 degrees of separation. The alleged connection, LifeTouch, by the way, is, from what I understand, a photograph company. Like, you could use them. They're a popular school photography contractor. So if you need your school photos taken, today's photo day at school, it might be LifeTouch that's taking the photos. That's what they specialize in. Well, the worry is somebody must have done some digging, and I mean digging with an excavator. The alleged connection is LifeTouch controversy started over people connecting the dots. People connecting dots with nothing better to do. Let me add that in there. Over Epstein died in 2019. The narrative goes like this. LifeTouch is owned by Shutterfly. Revelation. I should have a sounder that does I don't have. I gotta work on my sound effects. I should have a, audience shocked. I should have also applause and all that stuff. Why don't I have every crazy zoo radio morning show has those effects, right? Like whoop, whistles and beeps and applause and laughter. Laughter when no one else is laughing. I can press a button and make people laugh. LifeTouch is owned by Shutterfly. Insert here. Which in turn was acquired by Apollo Global Management. Aha! Smoking gun. Really? Apollo's former CEO. This is a lot of former, right? First, we got to make the trail. LifeTouch, owned by Shutterfly. Shutterfly was acquired by Apollo Global Management in 2018-19. And Apollo's former CEO, Leon Black, had documented financial ties to Epstein. And I've already lost my train of thought. I've already lost my trace. Where were we? And is Leon Black mentioned in the Epstein files as one of the dudes that was on the island that was ordering Russian hookers? I think he just did some financial work for Epstein, perhaps legit. But anyway, from this close connection that LifeTouch, if you hire the average LifeTouch photographer to go take photos at the Cody High School, whatever, we need a photo of the wrestling team at Cody. Oh, call LifeTouch and get him down here. That photographer's tie to Epstein is not only shaky at best, it's non-existent. Come on. Don't kid yourself. LifeTouch, owned by Shutterfly, which was acquired by Apollo Global Management in 2018, and Apollo's former CEO, Leon Black, was once an accountant for Epstein. Oh my. I mean, some people have way too much time on their hands to then go to a school board meeting, which School board meetings are just a hotbed for gossip. They are. School board meeting is a rumor waiting to happen. It's a fire waiting to start. And some busybody parents have nothing better to do than somehow make a connection. They must have been deep on the interwebs. They were in the deep web typing out, how is Epstein connected to Life Touch? And holy cow. Epstein came up as a distraction for Checkgate, which is in itself a distraction to the budget session. I mean, we're trying to have a 68th legislative session. Is it 68? I keep getting my numbers wrong. I don't know. But we're having a serious budget session where we have to address serious issues about the state budget. And we're distracted by the whole Checkgate thing from day one, right out of the gate. Day one, close of business, there was the distribution of checks. And by day 3, we started clamoring about it and haven't shut up since. Checkgate, check distributed, quid pro quo, bribery, vote buying, and on until now it seems the checks were legit campaign donations, maybe just the wrong place, wrong time. And if that hasn't derailed the media's focus on the budget session, then Epstein certainly could. Teton County Republican Party Chair Kat Ruckert offered the following. She said concerning the whole media craze about Checkgate at the budget session, Ruckert said, considering it's now mainstream that the world is now run by satanic pedophiles or has been run by satanic pedophiles, what is the RNC pushing for with regards to starting to arrest some people? And she's referencing the Epstein files. Ruckert turned to journalists in the room the other day in Cheyenne, and Ruckert pushed reporters to investigate anybody named in the Epstein files who may have ties to Wyoming. And Chair Ruckert suggested, instead of covering Checkgate, Ruckert said, quote, you should probably spend time putting that in the paper. State Party Chairman Brian Miller also noted Wyoming is mentioned in those files a lot, in a lot of different ways. So apparently the GOP leadership to deflect from Checkgate is to use Epstein. That's their main defense, or their latest defense, the GOP. Not that they have anything to answer for. I mean, they had an opportunity to throw Rebecca Bextel under the bus and say, hey, she works on her own, man. We don't know what she was doing. And they already did that. They said they issued that on day 1. You saw the GOP say she was not handing out checks on our behalf. We didn't know nothing about it. Who? Rebecca who? That was their press release on like day 2. She's not acting as one of us. And now the line of defense seems to be, after a brief stop at nothing was illegal with the checks. So what the problem is, now they've moved right on to the whole Epstein deflection. You know what, journalists? Just cool it with the Checkgate and worry about things that are really a problem, like the Epstein files. Oh, man. Grabbing at anything handy. At this point, Epstein, how the Epstein files become so integrated in everything. Some people are just obsessed with the whole issue. I guess I'm not one of them. I'm still busy just trying to make a living in the richest county in the nation. I'm doing my best to drag down the curve. But even the pitiful sum I pull in every week, the weekly paycheck, is not enough to slow down Teton County. Now been named the richest county in the nation, and it's not even close. Per capita income of $532,903, $500,000. The average person in Teton County makes $500,000 a year. That's 6 times greater than the national average, $73,000. That seems more reasonable to think that the average person in the United States, what's an average income? How much do you make at your job? Going to work as a plumber, going to work as a trash collector, going to work as whatever, $73,000. That's probably about average, maybe a little high for Mississippi, maybe a little low for Connecticut, but it's an average. $532,000, the average job, that's insane. The second highest county was half that, $250,000. As pointed out in the story by Renee Jean, Teton County wasn't always rich. There was a time when we was real poor. In fact, look at the license plates. The license plate numbers issued to every county in Wyoming, that was a determination of the wealth of a county at that time. And that was in the 30s when we put numbers on, right? County, let me double check that. So Teton County's wealth at the time of the issuance of license plates was second to last. Like, Teton County was dirt poor. Nobody saw any future in Teton County. That was before tourism and third homeowners. Wyoming County numbers were a valuation, and I'm trying to find out when that was done. Valuation. How do you spell valuation? I think it was done in the 30s. But let me see. Numbering system. Yeah, here's an Andrew Rossi story from a couple of years ago. Andrew's on it. If the county numbers were assigned by the same criteria, yeah, there would be changes. It's fun to see what kind of changes there'd be now. The numbers for all our counties, and by the way, if you don't live in Wyoming, don't know anything about Wyoming, every county has a number on its license plate. So the cops know who to issue speeding tickets to, basically. Do other states have that? Or other states designate their counties by license plate? I mean, we do it in Wyoming just so we know if you're from out of town. They're like, look at these guys. It's just so we can, hobnob, just so we can feel better practicing our own form of prejudice. Look at these County 4 idiots, something like that. And it's just so Wyoming 22s can be pulled over in downtown DuBois because they're rocking County 10 there. And if they see 22 doing 1 mile over the speed limit in downtown DuBois, you're going to get lit up. Boop! Every time. Yeah, we have county numbers so we know who's who and where you belong. And they were issued in 1930. And they were done based on valuation of like how much money the county had or was worth or whatever. Several states include numeric or alphabetic county designation. Wyoming is one of 5. Okay, so not every state does this. Alabama does. Not surprising. Montana, Nebraska, South Dakota, where license plates begin with a county number. Wyoming issued its first license plate in 1913, but it would be another 17 years before we started designating counties. And we did so with numbers, and the numbers were assigned not on the basis of population at the time, which is a popular belief. Many people think it was the population of a county in 1930. Not true. But it was according to the assessed valuation of property within their borders. So in 1930, Teton County's property valuation was second to last in all the state. Are you kidding me? Because we got the 22. I mean, if you did it today, Teton County would have the one plate, number one, with a bullet, obviously, because we make, the average person driving around with a 22 tag makes $500,000 a year. At least 532,903, 6 times the national average. And most of that is the exorbitant wealth on the other end that's pulling up the curve. Meanwhile, in lowly Riverton, they're shooting crows out of trees. For as long as I can remember, having lived in Wyoming since 1997, for as long as I can remember, Riverton has been overrun with crows. And they blast them out of trees. There was one year they actually had a city-sponsored campaign where they tweaked their ordinance or bent their ordinance or whatever. They just made it okay to blast crows out of trees with shotguns. I forget what year that was, but it was just, I don't know what it is about Riverton. Crows love Riverton, man. And they always have. And there have been years where Riverton city authorities thought the crow problem was a real problem. And they had like campaigns and said it was okay. I think they even suspended city ordinance, and they said it was okay to take a scatter gun and shoot crows out of the tree because they had so many crows. Well, Mark Hines, the latest update is that crow hunting is still good in Riverton. No license required and no bag limit. Crow hunters, and I use that term with air quotes, crow hunters. I mean, what do you do with a crow? It's not a trophy animal. They're never going to be in somebody's den up on the wall. Yeah, I got that Shiras moose in Alaska that the lion was on safari in 1990 something. And then that crow is from Riverton, and I blasted the living snot out of him about 3 years ago. No, it's not going to be mounted. No taxidermist is working on your crow right now. And you're not going to eat them. Crows are dirty. What they eat, crows considered a nuisance bird. Crows are smart, though. Dan Kinnaman will tell you that. He started crow hunting when he was 14. He's about to turn 85. See, crows have been around that long. Kinnaman has been shooting crows in Riverton for, what's 85 minus 14? 71 years. He's never tried cooking or eating crows, and he doesn't know anybody who has. I wouldn't suggest it. Crows, I believe, I just read something that showed that unlike, let's say, a vulture, turkey vulture, the turkey vulture is able to metabolize toxins. If it eats a carcass, the turkey vulture is able to, its body can clean those toxins so that if you were to kill a vulture and eat it, you'd be safe. But a crow, not so. A crow is what it eats, and it eats anything. It eats all kinds of crap. So you don't want to eat a crow. No, I wouldn't suggest you eat crow. And you're not going to mount them. They're not trophy animals. So to call them crow hunters, I mean, they're just pretty much, crow shooters. They like shooting crows. And if you go to Riverton, there's no shortage of game. Let's say that. Let's check in with the Game and Fish on that topic. Let's see if Ray Hageman is doing any crow hunting of late.
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman, and this is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. 2 public workshops planned for tomorrow and Saturday to discuss elk feed ground management plans. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department will hold public workshops on the Elk Feed Ground Management Action Plan process for the Pinedale and Jackson elk herd units. The events will offer management action plans, process updates, and an opportunity for the public to engage in conversation and share input. Workshops will be on these dates: in Pinedale, February 26th at 6 p.m. at the Game and Fish office, and in Jackson, February 28th at 1 p.m. at the Teton County Library. Following the Game and Fish Commission's approval of the Wyoming Elk Feed Grounds Management Plan in March of 2024, the Jackson and Pinedale regions began developing specific feed ground management action plans tailored to individual elk herds and their respective feed grounds. There are 3 elk herd units in each region, which include 21 department-operated feed grounds. In the Pinedale region, the Feed Grounds Management Action Plan development process started with the Pinedale Elk Herd Unit. This herd unit encompasses elk hunt areas 97 and 98 and includes the Fall, Scab, and Muddy Creek feed grounds. The Jackson region began its process with the Jackson Elk Herd Unit, which encompasses elk hunt areas 70 through 72, 75, and 77 through 83. This herd unit includes the department-operated Fish Creek and Patrol Cabin feed grounds, as well as the federally managed National Elk Refuge. The action plans are intended to evaluate each strategy and determine how it can be applied at the herd unit and feed ground levels, while adhering to commission-supported goals and sideboards established in the plan. The goals are to promote elk herd health by limiting disease transmission while providing supplemental feed, reduce reliance of elk on supplemental feed while adhering to sideboards, which are to adhere to standard department process for elk herd unit population objective review with public process and commission approval for any proposed changes, and prioritize hunting opportunities as the primary tool to manage elk populations toward the commission-approved herd unit objectives, minimize elk damage to private property, disease transmission to livestock, and negative economic impacts to livestock producers, and minimize competition with other wintering wildlife species. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
We had some feedback from some of our listeners. I did not get it in time to pass along to Sheriff Kozak when we had him. Sorry. But one of our listeners asked Sheriff Kozak, what about the trucking companies that had hired these illegal drivers? Did those companies get fined? That's a very good question. To what degree does law enforcement follow up with these companies that hire illegal drivers? They need to be have their feet held to the fire. They need to be held accountable as well. And we've heard from our senators and Congress people in D.C. that often there's very hard to track these companies. These DOT numbers are handed out like candy, and there's all these shell companies that hide under LLCs. It's often difficult to figure out who it is who hired this trucker and who they're hauling for. It's really weird, and I wonder if Laramie County Sheriff's Office does follow up with a company. Obviously, if they nab an illegal driver in this latest 3-day operation called Truck Around and Find Out, they turned 32 truckers over in 3 days. They pulled 32 from behind the wheel and sent them to ICE, facing possible deportation. What about the companies that hired them? Let's nip the problem in the bud. That's a good question. I did not ask Sheriff, but next time I talk to him, I will find out what they do on that effort. Also, another listener chimed in saying Wyoming Highway Patrol needs to take the same approach as Sheriff Kozak of Port of Entries and find illegal truck drivers and get them off I-80. We just had Aaron Brown of Wyoming Highway Patrol on the show last Friday, and he did talk about an operation to nail truckers who are trying to dodge port of entries or drive past way stations. We did, and Highway Patrol does that. It's one of their biggest things they do on Interstate 80. Absolutely. They're doing that every day. And we talked about one of those operations where they did pull a guy over, blew the scales truck, if you remember that. And he dodged the port of entry. He dodged the way station, and they pulled him over and gave him his $450 citation. So, yeah, they do that. They're on that, and that's part of their regular efforts at Highway Patrol. Well, that wraps things up for this hour. One left to go. Stick around. We're just barely getting started on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You see and hear us live on the Facebooks, on Facebook Live, X Live. We're on YouTube, where we have our own channel, the Cowboy State Daily. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. Or you can watch us in real time at the CowboyStateDaily.com website and archive. Go back and watch any show from the past. You hear us on radio stations syndicated across the state. Run it back whenever you want on demand, wherever you listen to and download your favorite podcasts.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Beside pheasant, duck, and goose, crow hunting is a thing in Wyoming, too. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that no license is required and there's no bag limit, so in other words, hunters can just blast away.
There is a season. It runs from November through February, but there's no license required and no bag limit. They're basically considered a nuisance bird in Wyoming and in many other states. One of our staff members knew somebody, and so I called him. The guy, oh yeah, I love crow hunting. He sets out decoys and sits in a blind with a call and calls in crows.
Dan Kinnaman of Riverton has been hunting crows since he was 14. He tells Cowboy State Daily that crows are harder to hunt than ducks and geese because they're smarter. Wyoming's plumber shortage is about to get worse, already creating delays for homeowners and businesses. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that a huge wave of data centers are sweeping into the state and changing the way we think about what plumbers do.
They've really been fighting against this idea that it's a dark, dirty, dangerous job. So you're not going to see them on TV anytime soon proclaiming how dirty and dangerous the work is. This guy told me his workers, they come to work in polo shirts. They have iPads. It's high tech. It's not a dirty, grungy job anymore.
To put the plumber shortage into perspective, Mechanical Systems Incorporated's VP and COO Larry Fedor calculated that if every high school student in Laramie County suddenly decided to become plumbers, it would still take a dozen years just to meet the demand created by recently announced data center projects. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water. And slow down in bad winter weather. Don't crowd the plow. WYDOT's plow drivers work hard every winter to make sure travelers can safely reach their destination. When you come up on a plow, slow down. Give them space. Only pass when it's safe to do so. This has been a winter safety driving tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Sweetheart is a longhorn cow who just gave birth to her 20th calf in 20 years. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that Jeff Ketchum, a rancher near Cheyenne, says not only is Sweetheart reliable, but easy to handle.
He loved watching longhorns at stock shows in Denver and just throughout the West, and finally decided he was going to buy a few. One of the 4 heifers that Ketchum purchased had a shape right in the middle of its forehead that looked like a heart, and that earned her the name Sweetheart. And Ketchum told me that her disposition also matches that name. She's very easygoing and just really causes no trouble. Just last week, she gave birth to her 20th calf in 20 years.
With diverse coat colors and spectacular horns that can span more than 8 feet from tip to tip, longhorns are known for their longevity and their ease and reliability of calving. With a terminal illness tightening its grip, Wyoming musician Michael DeGrieve wants to finish his last major work before the music stops. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even though Michael was raised in L.A., he came out to Cheyenne over 30 years ago and never left.
His agent called him one day, 1977, out of the blue and said, "Hey, what are your thoughts about Cheyenne?" And he goes, "I don't know. Where is it?" Went there thinking he was going to stay for 2 weeks. The agent said, "Yeah, we got you a 2-week gig. It's a little fun little stopover. Why not?" He said, "Yeah, I'll go." And he fell in love with the place. And he stayed on this open-ended arrangement. And it stayed open for 30 years. And he performed. And this is what's also just stunning. He performed 6 nights a week for hours each night.
Now 78 years old, you'd never guess by that gentle voice that Michael has dropped LSD with Jimi Hendrix, got drunk with Janis Joplin, or cut a record with Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills and Nash. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Dale Killingback is here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. So is my cat. He's looking in the window. He wants to come in. He's got a mouse in his mouth.
Are you going to let him in?
No. He's meowing as best he can with his mouth full. And I'm
Has he crunched down yet? Seriously?
Yeah, the mouse, sometimes he brings them half kilt and he's just showing off what a good mouser he is to me. You bring him in. This one looks deceased.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to have to finish that off outside. That's an outdoor activity right there. Dale, let's talk about, let's start with the journalist turned sheriff. So there's hope for you in another life, maybe, Dale, if you ever want to be sheriff. This guy, Charles Cosby, easily won sheriff, and then careful what you wish for. What happened to him?
Yeah, well, he was just 4 months into his job, and this kid from the University of Wyoming comes to him and says, "Hey, there was this guy east of town that I was talking to, and then all of a sudden he put something in my back, tells me to raise my hands and start walking." And so the sheriff and the deputy go out to check out what's going on out here. And the student told him this guy was working on cars, 2 cars out there. So they go out to a ravine east of town off a little 2-track, and they find this guy. And he's got 2 cars. One has an engine out of it. Both of them are Studebakers. And So the sheriff is talking to him, and he sends a deputy over to look at this engine and get the number off the engine. And as the deputy is looking at that, he hears shots ring out, sees the sheriff wrestling with this guy. This guy pulls out a revolver, shoots the sheriff twice. The deputy runs over there. The guy shoots the sheriff 2 more times. He gets shot a total of 4 times. The guy shoots at the deputy 2 times. The deputy returns fire, hits him 3 times, once in the knee, twice in the abdomen, and then goes to the sheriff, and the sheriff says, "He got me," and he passes away. And you're right. He was a journalist for many years, including in Brooklyn, New York, for the New York Sun, ran their office early in the century, and then was a journalist in Laramie and Denver, wrote short stories about being in the Philippines, apparently he was a soldier in the Philippines during the Spanish-American War, also a lieutenant in World War I, and then sickness got him, and that's what sent him west to try and get rid of his sickness.
Charles Mortimer Cosby, and the sometimes dangerous job of being a newspaper man, but boy, he found a more dangerous gig. Didn't last 4 months as sheriff. I was wondering why he was buried. I see the photograph in your story, Find a Grave, which I love to go to. Find a Grave, the website has, the photo of tombstone, a gravesite of whoever, and they often have sometimes information you can't find anywhere else. This one's in Brooklyn, and I'm like, why did they bury him in Brooklyn?
Because once he got out of the Spanish-American War, he was born in Virginia, and so his family, I don't know if it was because his mom was a widow, and apparently his brothers and sisters and mom had gone to Brooklyn maybe, or they all moved to Brooklyn after he got out of the war. I couldn't pin that down, but they all moved to Brooklyn, New York, and that's when he started his newspaper career.
If you look at it today, there's not much to see with Pete's Rock and Ride Club. Once an icon in the Evanston area. It's just east of Evanston, I think. It's very near the Uintah County Sheriff's Office, actually, today. But it was a go-to on the old Lincoln Highway. It was a popular stop. Today, it's just about nothing.
Yeah, but back in the day, the proprietor there was really somebody that drew people in, I guess, just because of his intellect and talking to him, and some really cool stories out of Utah, out of this columnist that would stop by, wrote about it. I think he wrote about it. I didn't put in all the times he wrote about it, but he wrote about it probably 3 or 4 times. And then I got an email that somebody met Alan. Was it Alan? Who's that famous poet? Alan from the 60s. Alan, I want to say Gingrich. I know that's not it. But anyway, Ginsberg.
Oh, okay.
Ginsberg, that he was there talking at Pete's during the day or during the 60s. So
wow.
Interesting place.
Yeah, rich in history, but what's become of it today? Is it just is there any effort to restore it, or who owns it, or what's going to be its future?
Well, according to I tried to find family to talk to, and I just couldn't. They didn't call me back, or they didn't get the message. But according to the county, the same owner owns it. That had ran it. His name is still on the deed, and that as far as I believe that he's still alive, but I couldn't find out any more information about him. He would be in his 90s now, I think, late 80s, 90s.
Well, 90's nothing to this guy. He's 101. Everett Mann, the former mayor of Rawlins, World War II veteran, and 2 Purple Hearts to his name. Pretty cool dude.
He was definitely an interesting man. Great, still has, a great mind, and remembers well his past. And so he was a great interview. Former mayor of Rawlins, former city councilman, served in World War II, had a cool story from World War II about he was a driver. He was sent there. He landed on 6 days after D-Day on Normandy Beach, said it was still kind of hot. And then he becomes a driver And he's driving all these officers around and going to headquarters and stuff. And so he gets this new lieutenant that shows up, and he's being very careful driving his Jeep. And he told me that, so this lieutenant kind of balls him out that he's being too careful. And he told him that when I raise my leg to get in the Jeep, I want you to go. And so this guy comes back to the Jeep, he raises his leg and he just guns the Jeep. And the Jeep hits the lieutenant and causes him to twirl around and fall down. And so then he said that he got in the Jeep and didn't say anything. He takes him to wherever he's supposed to go. And then that's the last he saw of this lieutenant.
It's fun to talk to people. What is 100 octogenarian? What do you call the hundreds? The centurion.
Octogenarian, is that?
Yeah, rarely. It's amazing that they're still with us and you get a chance to visit with them, but it's sometimes not the most productive interview because they don't remember a lot of things. It's cool to get a guy who's still pretty sharp and he has all these vivid memories. That's neat. That's different.
Yeah, he also had 2 Purple Hearts from World War II. One, he was a recipient of shrapnel from one of those German buzz bombs that they just sent up in the air, then they run out of gas, and then they just blast wherever they end up. And he was also in the Battle of the Bulge, in that, if you know the history of the Battle of the Bulge, it was super cold winter, and he got frostbite, and so that ended his stay overseas. He almost lost his toes, except that this new drug called penicillin was sent to Army hospitals overseas, and that saved his toes.
The guy, the things this guy has seen, all the things that this kid is not going to see behind bars. This sentence seemed hard to me. We're talking about the 14-year-old Bobby Maher that was held down and stabbed in Casper outside the shopping mall. This was a hit. These kids intended to find Maher. They intended to do something bad to him. Maybe the 17-year-old charged didn't know there was a knife or didn't know it would come to this, but they were looking to do something bad to Bobby Maher. And this sentencing, 30 to 75 years for Harris and Dominique Harris, that's hard.
Yeah, what's interesting is that there was another murder that happened just, I think it was a month after that, and there was a case that was appealed to the Supreme Court, and that was upheld just a day before the sentence, and that sentence was even more severe. And so yeah, 30 to 75 years. He's 17 now, so he could see the light of day maybe when he's 57. Is that right? Something like that.
I don't know, but yeah.
He was the prosecutor made it clear, that the stabbing might not have happened if he hadn't held him down, because he circled around behind Bobby, grabbed him around the arms and slammed him down. But in court, he was very apologetic. He may be getting his life straight. There was a woman that talked on his behalf that's been working with him in prison. And so, I hope that, he changes his attitude in his life and is able to, be productive even in prison.
Yeah, he's got to turn himself around. Maybe this helps just stop the whole spree, this whole, stabbing of Casper, the teen violence going on in that city. Hopefully we see that curtailed. Judge Kerry Johnson laid down the sentence for Dominic Harris, who was charged with conspiracy to commit second-degree murder. He wasn't the one that did the stabbing, but he held down Bobby so he could be stabbed. Yeah, Dale, what are you working on now? Fun stuff?
Jake, I came up with another history story. I found another nugget that I think you're going to like, but I'm not going to tell you because I want to wait until next time we talk. But I think you're going to like this story. It's from 1929. It involves a train. I'll just tell you that.
Okay, very good. 29, was it prior to the stock market crash or after? That's the year the market crashed, right? 29?
Yeah, that's when the market crashed.
Doesn't have any bearing on the story, though?
Well, it might. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Sounds good, Dale. Thank you so much. Dale Killingbag, Cowboy State Daily, and his stories, many, many more that we didn't have time to dig into. I'm excited to read the history story. Learn more about the 101-year-old former Rawlins mayor, former World War II veteran, and a candy lover. He says the key to a long life is making sure you get your amount of sugar. Eat everything you want. That's how he's gotten to be 101, including candy. Everett Mann, the subject of Dale Killingbag's story that dropped on February 28th. Check that out. We got more to go on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Mac Watson going to rejoin. We'll chat about, I don't know, everything. When Mac and I get together, we never know where the conversation's going.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I'm checking out our Facebook responses. Gene wants to know why use captioning if it can't keep up with his talking. His is me, Jake, and nothing can keep up with my talking. Certainly not closed captioning. Just listen to the show, Gene. You won't have to read it. I talk too fast for any machine to follow me. Mac, what about you?
Do you remember the FedEx commercial with the guy that read would talk a mile a minute? He had remember he had a mustache.
Oh yeah.
And would absolutely positively has to be there overnight. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
He was not an actor. I didn't know this. He was not an actor. his buddy said, you do this at parties and stuff, go in and audition. And he got the part, and it was like a 3-5 year campaign
I remember
this guy saying, I need this, do you need, blah, 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 and he would just do it, read it. He was reading a cue card, and he could just do it one take, and they hired him.
Yeah. And there's guys who are not auctioneers who are paid to talk really, really fast.
Yes.
Those are the guys who give you the side effects of such and such drug. Blah, 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 blah. And of course,
right.
they can speed that up, but there are, you have to start with something fast to begin with. And there's people without enhanced speeding who can talk really, really fast.
Yeah, I can't do that. I've never been able to do that. So
yeah.
I've always been accused of being loud, not fast, just loud.
Yeah, me too. I call it projecting, but yes.
Right.
People around you call it loud.
Loud, right.
I hear it. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of loud, did you see that article, that great reporting by Zach Sontag on Michael DeGreve?
I want to get him on the show for all the experiences he's had. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
He has led an amazing life.
Yes.
I talked to him yesterday. He's going through chemotherapy right now. So I'm going to call him in the middle of the week and see how he's feeling, but he wants to come on. And I'm telling you, man, he's a 2-segment. He's at least a 2-segment guy.
That's cool.
He's got stories. I literally just called him, and we were talking about him hanging out with Janis Joplin, or him recording with Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills and Nash. I don't even know the guy, and he's just dropping stories on me. It was great. So I'm going to try to get him on for you, hopefully later this week, depending on how he's feeling, or next week. This guy came out to Cheyenne 30 years ago on hey, this is your agent. I've got you a gig. You ever heard of Cheyenne? No. Where is it? Oh, you'll love it. It's a 2-week gig, and he never left. He was at the Hitchin' Post for decades. And here's the great thing. And again, I don't want to take too much from his story, but ask him about the songbook. He had a songbook of over 500 songs, and people would try to flip through it, trying to find the most obscure song. He knew every song. Talented guy, talented musician.
He's the most famous musician you've ever seen at the Hitching Post, I'm sure.
There you go.
And probably would have been right up there with the people he was hanging out with had Cheyenne not grabbed him. And as Wyoming often does to people, one visit and you're hooked.
He could have played for John Wooden.
Oh,
I did not know that. He was recruited as a basketball guy in North LA to UCLA for John Wooden. And he said, you know what? I'm not really digging this basketball thing anymore. I'm really into music. And just decided to become a musician and hung out with Joni Mitchell and the Byrds and Jimi Hendrix and all these other musicians, and then found his way to Cheyenne. I mean, just an amazing story.
He is the most interesting man on earth. Holy cow. Michael DeGreve. Yeah, great story. Zach got to catch up with him. That's a perfect assignment. He's the perfect guy to do that story. Zachary Sontag. Great story. Read that. And then, hopefully we'll catch up with Michael live on the show.
Somebody, whether if you're a University of Wyoming student or if you go to university and you're an aspiring filmmaker, somebody needs to make a documentary about this guy. He's that guy. And I love documentaries like this.
Yeah.
That you go, whoa, really? I had no idea. Like the Wrecking Crew. You had no idea how many songs the Wrecking Crew were on in the 60s and the 70s until they made a documentary. And all these musicians that came through and worked with the Wrecking Crew. This guy has this kind of story. I just don't have the attention span or the know-how to make a documentary. Because I kept listening to him going, somebody has got to capture this. Somebody has got to write this or make a documentary about this guy before he's gone. I mean, he's 78 and has lived like 17 lifetimes, We got
to get him in front of a camera. David Madison knows those Montana dudes that do this all the time. Yeah. Maybe they could do it.
Maybe.
I forget the name of them. They got a production house
if you're watching and you're an aspiring filmmaker, I'm just saying, this is a great subject and he loves telling stories. He's a great storyteller too. So he's not going to give you like a yup, nope interview. He's going to give you a bunch of great stuff. So
nice.
We'll see. Speaking of not great, well, I shouldn't say not great interviews, but have you ever hunted crow? No. I did not know you could do that.
No.
So Mark Hines, our great reporter, our great outdoors reporter, Mark Hines, who has forgotten more about the outdoors than I'll ever know, caught up with this gentleman who grew up in Riverton and started hunting crows when he was 14 years old. Now, I know about goose, I know about pheasant, I know about duck, I know all these kinds of hunting. I did not know that you could hunt these birds legally. And there is a season, and you don't need a license. You don't need really any prereqs. So basically, it's shoot as many as you want. No big deal. The question becomes, though, can you eat it? And we've all heard about eating crow. I don't know if you literally can eat crow. I've never heard of that.
I don't think you're supposed to.
I've never heard anybody doing it.
Yeah, I just read some. I mean, if the internet can be believed, I've read certain birds, like the vulture, can digest tainted meat, poison meat, toxins, and cleanse it in their body so that if you were to eat them, you wouldn't get sick from their diet. But a crow is not one of them. A crow is what it eats, and crows eat all kinds of awful.
Right, and they're scavengers.
Yes,
right.
I would not recommend eating a crow.
No,
but to call that whole effort hunting when it comes to Riverton is a stretch. Riverton, as long as I've known, has been infested with crows. In 2006. The town hired falconers to drive the crows away. It didn't work. They told the police officers, armed their police department with shotguns, and they shot them out of trees to the tune of 4,000 crows were killed in 1 year alone, and they still are infested with crows. Riverton has always had crows, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either. That's interesting of how, like on East or West Coast, like you'll see some cities infested with seagulls. You're like, wait, why here? Why now? I don't know. I don't know either, but that's interesting. I didn't know Riverton went to that extreme, those extremes, to actually get rid of their crow problem.
They've had crows all the time, and every year, some years it's worse. And you shoot them right out of trees and hunt them. As Mark Hines' story says.
Yeah, right. Yikes.
They're smart. Crows are smart, though.
They are. In fact, some of them say, or some scientists say, that crows may be one of the smartest birds because they actually know. I don't know if they know how to use tools, which separates us from, every other animal. But they actually know how to get water by dropping rocks and displacing the water in a jug, let's say, or a rain barrel or something, to raise the level so they can drink. I've never seen a duck do that. I've never seen a turkey do that.
No, geese are dumb. Geese are dumb compared to a crow. No, that whole the whole corvid family, magpies, ravens, crows, they're all super smart. In fact, I've talked about this. You must not have heard it, Mac. But they did an experiment with a crow to try to gauge its intelligence, and intelligence gauged by will an animal use a tool. And we're finding out more and more animals do utilize tools, which is a sign of high intelligence. So they had a paper clip fashioned into a hook, and they left it on a table with a crow and a nut that it could extract the inside of it. It couldn't get to what it needed to eat out of this nut, out of the shell with its beak. It couldn't get in there. So it did pick up the hook and drag out the food it needed using it. No, that's not even the end of the story, though. It did use a tool. Then the mind blower is in a break in the session, They left the, crow there along with the nut, along with a paper clip that they had not yet fashioned into a hook because they were going to do another experiment. So they go into the other room and they notice on the videotape this crow starts messing with the paper clip, fashions it into a hook, and hooks out. So it made its own tool. Yeah, crows is sick smart, man.
Oh man!
And not only
I thought you were going to tell me that at the end of the experiment, the crow turned and said, "Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that."
Yeah, I've never ate so good. I mean, I thought Riverton was great, but this experiment is. I'm going to set up shop here and tell all my crow friends, come on by.
Yeah, that's amazing. Gee,
crows
that's
are
amazing.
smart. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was just going to say the sweetheart story. Now that we were talking animals, the sweetheart, the longhorn.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you've ever seen a longhorn in person. I've seen them a couple times.
Yeah.
They're impressive beasts. They really are. And you would think by their look that they would be mean and ornery, and maybe some of them are. Not this one. Sweetheart has produced 20 calves in 20 years, and Kate Meadows talked to the rancher who lives outside of Cheyenne, Jeff Ketchum, about Sweetheart. And the way the animal got its name is there's a little patch of white that looks like a little heart. So we called her Sweetheart. And again, 20 calves in 20 years and has a great disposition. I don't know why I love stories like that, but Kate did a great job on describing Sweetheart and why this guy always had an interest in getting longhorns, finally got an opportunity to, bought some, 20 some years ago, and has raised longhorns ever since. And of course, the pictures are the cutest. So make sure you check out the pictures too on the website.
Yeah, I just shared those. Sweetheart, the white spot, and then Sweetheart, the disposition. Turns out it's a real sweetheart of a cow
right.
It's in longhorn, so that this just a heads up. The female of the longhorns also have horns.
Oh, yeah. Because usually, you're right. Usually they either have smaller horns or maybe no horns. Yeah. Like deer, the bucks have antlers kind of thing. But yeah, all of them have, at some point they could be 8 feet wide. Which
I know
is just amazing to me. 8 feet wide. But they're really nice. From what I understand, they're really nice animals as far as bovines are concerned.
There's such an iconic Texas species, but I do see people doing it in Wyoming. There's a rancher here in the Grovant that does longhorns. Yeah, I don't know why.
Nice animals.
Yeah, they're.
The other thing too, if we can get a little serious, there was another meeting at the Wyoming GOP meeting. Leaders got together and basically said Checkgate isn't a thing. And they went after Governor Gordon because he has so much money, in his war chest, and how that affects elections. And one of the leaders got up and said, this whole Checkgate thing, there's nothing to it. It's all, media coverage and all this kind of stuff. And I still can't can't get over the fact Governor Gordon has never gone on the Senate or the House floor and handed out checks. You know what I mean? He has a war chest, but he never goes out like he's some, hey, here's some money. Hey, here's some money. Here's some money. I still can't get over that people are just like, well, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, maybe it's not, but the look was just so bad. So I'm glad they came up with a resolution that, hey, maybe this isn't the best place to hand out money, while we're making the sausage, to hand out money while the sausage is being made. So we've got one more week of the legislature. We've got Claire McFarland, who's a great reporter. We got David Madison, another strong reporter. They're going to be covering everything that goes on in the legislature. I don't know if there's going to be any big fireworks, if there's going to be any big thing that comes out of it. We'll see. We'll see what they actually do with the budget, whether they fund, UW, whether they cut, this, that, or the other. We'll see. But I don't expect anything really big. But if it happens, we'll certainly cover it.
Yeah, for all the posturing, it seems like they're trying to come to an agreement with the UW funding. According to Claire's latest, also the Wyoming Business Council is not going to go away, but it could be reined in as far as how much money is going to be allotted to that organization. And then I think we have gotten employee raises through it, and at least we're going to get troopers and snowplowers paid. Good. Yeah, that's all super good news. So, but you're right. The deflection of GOP leaders, it's been a lot of deflection. The original statement from Teton County and state GOP leaders regarding Checkgate was, in day 3, it was like Rebecca Bextel doesn't work on, she's on her own. We don't know anything. Rebecca who? That was their original presser. And then it went to, the governor has a huge PAC, and the governor's never denied that. His PAC is basically him, his own money. And then the newest is, it's your fault, media, for going on and on about Checkgate while you could be doing important things like, and I thought that they were going to say budget session. No, the Epstein files and how Wyoming is tied to that. Like,
oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. It's just deflect. I
mean, I get it. But at the same time, it's kind of like whenever you point your finger, there's 3 pointing back at you. What role did you play in this? Just admit it. It just looks bad. It's just not a very good look. So, do I think there's all kind of scandal, underneath all of this? No. But at the same time, it just didn't look good, and it blew up into a major story. I don't think anything really is going to come out of it. Like you said, let's see what they do with the budget, because that's the main issue. It is a budget session. So let's see what they do, what they don't do, what they are going to do. And let's see how quickly the governor can sign it as soon as they get it on his desk. Let's see. Or does he go through it again and go, we'll see.
And then, even when the session's over, I like to think like done deal, budget done, but it is a biannual budget. It's a budget that has to last 2 years. And a lot of the concessions being made are working 1 year out. So this supplemental budget next year during the general session is going to be another huge issue.
Right.
Well,
and the issue always is how much money do we spend on X, Y, and Z, right? And I always try, when I did my talk show, I would always try to relate it to, remember when your parents cut you off? You were used to them paying maybe your car insurance, or maybe they had you on your insurance, But once you got out of the house, once you got out of school, once you became an adult, you missed that extra $20, $50, $100, that maybe dad would spot you or whatever. It's kind of the same thing. Once you give money, people assume, well, that's the way it's going to be. I don't want you to take my money, because the other part of it is too, how much money do you spend to get a world-class university like the University of Wyoming? I know that there are people that say, well, that seems ridiculous, or that doesn't make any sense. But if you don't spend money to make money, you're always going to be playing catch-up ball, and I don't want to see the University of Wyoming playing catch-up instead of being a world-class university, which it is now. So there's always that kind of balance. But I always kind of relate it back to, in our 20s, we were not only poor, we were po. I mean, it was like bad, because we were starting out, So, the University of Wyoming's not starting out. It's become an established university, but what you don't want to have happen is that you don't allow them to do great things because you cut their funding. That has kind of a ripple effect down the road. I'm all for fiscal responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about being responsible with money, but you need to make the investment to make sure you keep people coming back.
Yeah, and I like the message of the Freedom Caucus, right-sizing government. I don't like big government. I want a small government. I want a lean government. If there's waste, I want it doged. But we're in a time where the state's not hurting. We have money.
That's true.
And
that's true.
If we're blowing it on frivolous stuff, let's find it. But I'm not sure where that is. But it's always good to look under the hood.
Right. And the governor has his thoughts, and then you have other people having their thoughts, but then you've got to come to some kind of consensus to keep everything moving forward. But it's always hard to say, that money that you got, let's say a year ago, you're not going to get it this year. Well, of course, people are going to be ticked off. What you don't want to do is cut so far back that you cannot keep the same quality of product. And I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they would gut the University of Wyoming. But at the same time, okay, if we take money out of this, well, how does that affect that department? Where does that go from there? And, the NIL thing, I mean, my goodness, David Madison could talk about that forever.
Yeah.
That NIL thing, I don't know where that's going to go. I don't know what the University of Wyoming looks like in the next 2 to 5 years with this NIL stuff. I really don't. I mean, we're already at a disadvantage that we've got, only about 550,000 people in this state. Okay, you've got a bunch of alumni all over the globe. Can we become Texas? No, I don't think so. Can we have the reserves that, University of Southern California has? I don't think so. We've got a lot of great alums. But can we pay for the athletes to attract more athletes to get better and bigger programs? I don't know. I don't know if we can.
I hate the NIL. For me, it's throwing good money after bad. And there's become such a separation in D1 college athletics where the haves are have and the have-nots are the Mountain West. With nobody wants to be in the conference anymore, and those that are still in it, that's practically D2 what it's become.
Or maybe even D3. You become a Black Hills State, or maybe South Dakota State, or something like that.
Because the huge D1 conferences, they're practically professional football. They pay their players. It's like semi-pro.
The thing that gets me, and that I don't want to see, is that you're going to have. And I'll just use the SEC. I'll just use the Southeast Conference as the example, right? In football, you're going to have the SEC and then everybody else. The ACC won't matter. The Big Ten won't matter unless you're in the SEC because they've got the most money. You're going to be at a D3 level, everybody else. And so you won't have the UMBCs upsetting number 1 Virginia. You won't see Appalachian State hand it to Michigan in a bowl or a game. You're not going to see these smaller teams or these smaller schools. And I'm not saying that, it's great for football or basketball, but you're just not going to see the level and the possibility that in the March Madness conference, the 16 could beat the 1. Yeah. Never happened until UMBC. Oh my goodness, what a great story, blah, blah, blah. You're not going to see that. It's going to be the top 10 teams in football and basketball, and that's it. And so what am I rooting for? Well, I'm basically rooting for professionals.
Yeah.
There's only 32 teams in the NFL. I think there's only going to be 10 to 20 college football teams that are going to be really, really good, and then everybody else is going to be mediocre, unfortunately.
Which was kind of neat to see the whole Indiana story in football.
Yes.
That bucks the trend, kind of.
Yes.
But yeah, the big getting bigger.
But how did Indiana do it?
Portal and NIL.
Mark Cuban, Indiana grad, Indiana alum, pouring money.
Paid
Pat
for
Mahomes,
players.
pouring money into Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Texas Tech is a contender, not only in men's sports, but female sports. Their softball team won a championship, I think. Texas Tech softball, I think, won a championship, or at least made it to the championship. Texas Tech, Pat Mahomes got his alumni together. They're sinking a bunch of money, which begs the question then, which I've never gotten an answer. Why isn't Harvard better? Why isn't Penn better? These have the biggest, I don't even, what are they called? The biggest, not pots of money, But I can't remember what the term is.
Potential alumni benefactors.
Yes.
I mean, anybody who's come out of that school is making bank.
There you go.
They can reinvest in their
Penn, Harvard, any other, Cornell, all these guys that went to these Ivy League schools and have all this money. Why aren't you competing? I don't get it. It's like Harvard and Texas have the biggest war chests for their institutions in the country. We know Texas spends their money because Texas is always in the mix as far as basketball and football, right?
Yeah.
But Harvard, why isn't Harvard, buying athletes? I don't know.
The Ivy League spends their money in the classroom, not on the football field for the most part,
yeah.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, if you stick around, I'm going to come back with an interesting number for all you armchair quarterbacks when it comes to global strategists and the war, this now war with Iran. Americans were asked, find Iran on a map, the country. And you may or may not be surprised how poorly most Americans did.
I'll stick around for that.
Oh, look.
Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential. A place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
A poll conducted by Morning Consult asked registered voters in the United States locate Iran on a map. These are the same registered voters that are quick to comment on every story on the internet. Whenever, they'll comment things like regime change was needed in Iran, or they'll comment Iran has been asking for it for a long time. When asked, find Iran on a map. Care to guess, Mac, what percentage of U.S.
I will
voters?
say 35. 35% could find Iran on a map.
That's you are optimistic, my friend.
Oh, jeez.
23.
Okay, that's about a third.
Here's the scary thing. 23% correctly identified Iran on a global map, showing the entire globe.
Yeah.
It's the misses that frighten me. I'm going to share a screen with you. This is the map. And the yellow dots would indicate where people thought Iran was, including a lot of guesses in the United States. Like,
wow.
Okay, what state is Iran in? Oh, Mississippi. It's a county in Mississippi. Some had it in South America. Some had it in Africa. Most people are able to zero in somewhere in the Middle East, but it's surprising how many guesses were in Australia. Wow. And
How could you do in the United States? How could you do in North America?
I don't know, man. This is a failure of our school system, our education system. By the way, when zoomed in, when given the hint that, okay, Iran's not in the United States, we're going to zoom in on the Middle East. Now, where do you think Iran is? When it was increased to the map was zoomed into the Middle East, still only 28%. Of Americans were able to identify which country
only 5% more.
I'm glad we weren't asked where to send the bombs. Who knows what we would have blown up?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Maybe within Mississippi, a county in Mississippi. Oh geez.
Mississippi explosions in
we're fighting terrorism in Mississippi. What? Oh geez. Yeah, that's just sad. But remember back to 9/11, man. I didn't know where Iraq was. I didn't know who Saddam Hussein was.
Yeah.
I didn't know Osama bin Laden was in where? Azure, but wait a minute. Is that near India? I've heard of Pakistan, but not, we all had to do a real quick geography lesson after 9/11, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised because Iran has been a thorn in our side, has been a real threat since 1979. More people don't know where it is.
Remember, wasn't it Iran that captured took hostages in the Olympics?
Yes.
Yeah, they've been bad actors for a long time, man.
Right. And then, Jimmy Carter tried to go in and get them. That was a total horrendous failure. And the day after Ronald Reagan is sworn in, they released them all like nothing happened. That was a huge middle finger to Jimmy Carter and his policies because he supported the Shah of Iran and allowed the Shah to come over to America and escape. So that's basically when that regime, that very fundamentalist religious regime, was basically death to the West. You guys, we hate you guys. And they've been saber rattling and trying to enrich uranium and trying to get long range nuclear weapons and all this kind of stuff for decades. So finally, we've got a president who says, you know what? I'll give you a warning. And he took out that mountainside where they were enriching uranium. He did that, about a year ago. And now what we had over the weekend is they got rid of the top people in like an hour. I mean, that regime is gone in an hour. That's what surprised me. It wasn't like he was holed up like Osama bin Laden. It wasn't like we were hunting down on playing cards terrorists. It was like, oh yeah, CIA, can you help? Oh yeah, I can help you. Yeah, it's right there. Drop it right there. Okay, that takes care of 5. Okay, here's another place they're in. That takes care of 2. Okay, here's another. Yeah, bomb that place. And within a day, they're gone.
The good news is the regime is out in Iran. The bad news is the regime is out in Iran.
There you go.
Who's going to step in the void?
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Meanwhile, what it has done to air travel is not been seen since COVID. Right now, thousands of flights delayed. Airspace over Iran, Kuwait, Israel, Bahrain, UAE, and Qatar just about empty. If you flight track it using that app, there's like nothing flying except drones and missiles.
Right. The if there's any like silver lining to this, Iran can no longer threaten us with the Strait of Hormuz. They have threatened for a long time that they were going to stop or implement some kind of blockade, which would stop our oil, getting oil from Saudi Arabia, from the Middle East. And that's why Trump and others have been wanting us to move toward more energy independence, because Iran kept saying, well, we're going to cut it off. We're going to, block the Strait of Hormuz. You're not going to get any oil. We're going to crank it up till oil's $10 a gallon. Gasoline's $10 a gallon. That's not going to happen anymore.
Even when we're announcing that we're now refining our first shipments of Venezuelan oil, we're doing oil domestically. Just news of this Iran bombing has sent gas prices skyrocketing. Oh, my goodness. $3.69 a gallon for diesel was before Iran. Now it's $3.88 a gallon in overnight.
Wow.
After it's like ridiculous.
I know.
Oh.
But again, that's the market. The market reacts, those knee-jerk reactions. When gasoline was like $2.50, $2.70 for a long time. Now it's going to be back over $3, maybe even $4 a gallon. But again, I think that's going to calm down because they can't threaten the Strait of Hormuz anymore. So
right. We're now, Yeah, and our friends over there, Saudi Arabia, UAE, all those oil-producing nations in OPEC. It's not only Iran. I mean, we can get oil from some friendlies in America. So I just don't understand why diesel goes out of whack.
Oh, I know. I don't either.
Everything.
I don't either. But again, that's the world we live in, and that's why Trump and others want us to become more energy independent, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I want my electric bill to go down. I want my gas, my natural gas bill to go down. I don't want to pay $4 or $5 a gallon for gasoline. Maybe this is a step in the right direction for that. Let's hope. What worries me is that China and Russia have been way too silent.
I know.
Way too silent on this.
I mean, there's a lot of good stuff about, dropping bombs on Iran. I know a lot of people are nervous about it, but you're giving a potential people of Iran, which don't like their leadership, you're giving them a hope at freedom. You're taking nukes off the page for a country that just has already said they wanted to crush Israel and probably us too. So there's some goods.
Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah. All right, Mac.
Have a great week.
Happy Monday to you. Yeah, we'll see you again later. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and that's going to do it for us on a Monday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.